Chapter 677. The 12 flying swords and the spring and autumn sword form the yin-yang two-formed sword formation. The 12 swords form the thunder pool sword formation. With the mysterious knowledge taught by Hong Shixiang, the young Wudang martial uncle, the swords formed a perfect circle. Yuan Zuozong patted his horse and retreated. This battle had nothing to do with him. After hesitating for a moment, Yuan Zuozong was stunned. He glanced at Su Fengnian and then began to gallop. After passing through the battlefield full of corpses, he grabbed a long spear and went straight to the white-clothed female bodhisattva. As Yuan Zuozong advanced, the red-robed otherworldly item retreated. Yang Taisui looked at the sky and shook his head with a smile. That's a big move. But the kid of Su family, do you really think I'm a vegetarian? The old monk in black stomped the ground. His feet didn't even touch the ground and didn't even raise the yellow sand. He shouted, 100 feet of mercy. Yang Taisui broke the jade buckle on his chest and took off the black cassock. He twisted his finger and the cassock flew up to the sky like a black cloud above the old monk's head. It was like a canopy rising from the ground. The ancient book once said that there was a treasure tree planted by immortals in Zhongnan Mountain. It towered hundreds of feet into the clouds without branches or leaves. This should be one of Yang Taisui's secret methods to fight against the heavenly punishment after he was 100 years old. Which of the top playboys in the world didn't have great opportunities and trump cards? After the cassock rose to the sky, it rolled up hundreds of feet of black clouds and shrouded the sky above Iron Gate Pass. Yang Taisui glanced at the handsome young man in the distance. Even this sickly old monk, who had once held the highest position in the world and had retreated bravely, could not help but have mixed feelings for a moment. He had really underestimated him. Being born in a rich family could wear down the spirit of the younger generation. Most of them were born because of this. In the past, Su Shao conquered the 6 countries. His achievements were unparalleled. This was the first dead knot. That woman was pregnant with Su Fengnian. She entered the palace in white and became an immortal on earth. She became a sword immortal overnight. This was another dead knot. Su Fengnian did not want to be a hedonistic son of rich parents. This was another dead knot. Su Fengnian had been restraining himself for 20 years. Now that he had achieved great success in his martial arts practice, the hostility and resentment in his heart had tightened the knot that had never been untied. Yang Taisui slowly closed his eyes and put his palms together. A dead knot can only be resolved with death. But today, Su Fengnian has to die first. Amitabha. Su Fengnian allowed the heavens and earth to absorb his luck. Blood slowly flowed out from his 7 orifices. Since Su Fengnian started practicing saber martial arts, and later on, he even raised his sword. How many fights and dangers had he experienced? Perhaps even he himself couldn't remember it clearly. His sword chi had once rolled over the dragon wall. He had once shaken Kunlun alone. He had once guarded the city gate with his sword. He had once killed Ji Xian with a single slash. Between heaven and earth, several sword formations and the black clouds of Kasaya were sliced apart layer by layer, constantly squeezing. Whether it was Li Yang or Bei Meng, the winter thunder that came early in the morning outside the Iron Gate was the most shocking. Yang Taisui did not care about the soul-stirring phenomenon above his head. He forcibly took a step forward in the thunder pool sword formation of sword chi. This step was 20 feet away. As he stepped on the ground, heaven and earth shook, causing the black rocks on the cliff of the Iron Gate that were as hard as iron to peel off and roll away. The distance of the second step was reduced, but it was still 1.5 feet away. He took 6 steps in a row, each step leaving a Buddha lotus mark on the ground. The old monk in black looked at the young man who was only an arm's length away with pity. These 6 steps plus the previous stomp were the true supreme Buddhist supernatural power of 7 steps blooming lotus. Inside the sword formation, other than the obvious 6 huge lotus flowers, there were also countless small lotus flowers that appeared out of thin air on the ground. It was like a fairy scattering flowers all over the sky, but also like the blessing of 500 arhats. The huge sword formation shook. This part of heaven and earth was like a heavenly deity shaking a huge bucket, rippling without end. The 7th lotus of the 7th step bloomed under the feet of Su Fengnian, who was at the edge of the sword formation. Su Fengnian's face was yellow and gold, and he looked a little dispirited. However, the old monk still persisted and sent out a palm, passing through the thunder pool sword formation. He did not care that a flying sword that was guarding this part of the formation cut his skin and pushed his palm towards Su Fengnian's chest. No one noticed that a red robe had made a huge arc path and floated behind Su Fengnian, who was flying backward. The two bodies shuttled past each other without any delay. It was as if the two celestial beings had left their bodies and were wandering between heaven and earth. Su Fengnian grinned. The purple gold flower bud in his body suddenly bloomed, then withered and fell into the waterless pond. Spring thunder saber in his left hand. He painstakingly built the thunder pool sword formation. He was just waiting for this moment to be broken by his saber. Ever since he became the rich bait of the red robe otherworldly item, he had been waiting for this moment to feed back. After losing his big yellow room, it was like sweeping the house and welcoming guests. Only when the house was clean and the small temple could sit the big bodhisattva Danning. In the space of an arm, Su Fengnian opened the gate of heaven with his saber. He slowly brushed past the motionless old monk in black. The thunder pool was destroyed. The Kasaya floated down. The Danning floating in front of Yang Taisui opened his mouth and inhaled. The 2 pairs of golden eyes that were originally impure became clearer. 2 arms grew under his armpits. Su Fengnian covered his mouth with his hand. Blood flowed between his fingers as he slowly walked forward. First, it was the fake mysterious finger. Then, to make things worse, he borrowed strength to achieve the fake celestial phenomenon. In this life, unless he stepped on dog shit and directly became an earth immortal, he could forget about becoming a peak master. Su Fengnian looked at Zhao Kai, who staggered back into the carriage. Everything would be worth it if I kill you and then kill Chen Jibao, who wanted to benefit from it. Chapter 678. Su Fengnian, who was staggering, wished that Chen Jibao could appear in front of him right now. The pseudo-celestial phenomenon that he had obtained from using all of his luck and otherworldly item Danning would not last long. His body was like a flood breaking through a dam. What flowed away was not only the cultivation that he obtained from the Danning, but also the enlightenment and blessings that came with reaching the celestial phenomenon state. This was not like borrowing money. It would not be difficult to borrow money again after paying it back. Su Fengnian had placed his hopes on God. Next time, if he wanted to use an otherworldly item to deceive others, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Unless he was determined to destroy himself, the prerequisite was that he would be willing to lend the otherworldly item that had reached the celestial phenomenon state. At that time, the otherworldly item would have resonated with heaven and earth, and Su Fengnian would definitely die. The wealth that he had earned could be counted on one hand. Now that he casually counted it with his fingers, Su Fengnian seemed to have nothing left. He went to Beimang and buried 2 heads. One was buried by the Ruoshui River, and the other was given to his second sister, Su Weisheng. All his efforts were for naught. Even if he could leave Iron Gate Pass alive, his dream of becoming a hero since he was young would become a fool's ravings. However, since he was here, Yang Taisui and Zhao Kai must die in the Battle of Iron Gate Pass. As long as Chen Jibao appeared and wanted to do something like killing the dragon python, he must die. Yang Taisui had already said that death was the solution to a dead knot. If they did not die, only Su Fengnian would die. What would be destroyed would be the foundation of Bailiang. Any hesitation or compassion was tantamount to stabbing oneself in the heart. The identity of the heir of Bailiang was predestined. Su Fengnian could not escape even if he wanted to. However, the king of Bailiang was not something that Su Fengnian could easily obtain. This seemingly unreasonable logic, Su Fengnian and Su Shao, this pair of father and son, understood in their hearts. Every family had its own difficulties. Moreover, there were many people who kept adding fuel to the fire, making this even more difficult to learn. Su Fengnian did not walk fast. He seized the time to grasp the knowledge and experience. When he arrived at the battlefield between the White Horse Army and the Imperial Cavalry, there was a light cavalryman of the Phoenix Battalion who died in battle. He died with his eyes open. Obviously, he had dismounted and fought the enemy's cavalry. His arm holding the Bailiang saber was trampled on his chest. Su Fengnian squatted down and stroked his eyelids. He looked up and saw that not many of the 200 Imperial Guards were left. On the battlefield, the more powerful the general was, the faster he would die once he fell into a quagmire. The Golden Saber Guards were all dead. Not a single one was left. Half of the White Horse Army were still fighting on horseback. The other half had been fighting on foot for a long time. The six-jewel Bodhisattva was entangled by Huang Manor and Blue Bird. The talisman general was held back by Yuan Suozong with a long spear. Prince Zhao Kai, who was sitting on the coachman's seat dejectedly, was not sure if he was waiting for Han Diaoxi to come and save the situation or if he was waiting for death. More than 10 heavily injured Imperial Guards swore to protect the front of the carriage. Previously, the rolling black clouds could not cover the Thunder Pool sword formation. Many people saw with their own eyes the scene of the old monk in black, Yang Taisui, being killed. Since ancient times, heroes were judged by their success or failure. Without his cassock, the state preceptor became a piece of dead wood, while Su Fengnian came out alive. It was obvious what would happen to Prince Zhao Kai this time when he went to the western regions with a bottle. Su Fengnian did not lower his guard. The sword garret was moving. Wang Zhi's 3,000 cavalry was against Han Diaoxi, who was supported by He Yan's 2,000 cavalry. They might not be able to stop Han Xingxian, who had bet all on Zhao Kai. Logically speaking, it was time for him to show up. However, Su Fengnian, who had the Spring Thunder saber at his waist, looked at the endless yellow sand in the north. Was Qin Jibao waiting for the next fight between the snipe and the clam? That was right. His patience had always been so good that it made people's hair stand on end. Zhao Kai stood up and looked at the approaching Prince of Bailiang. He asked calmly, Su Fengnian, do you really dare to kill me? Does Bailiang really want to rebel? Su Fengnian did not pay attention to this prince who had participated in the assassination at the Reed Marsh in Xiangfan City. He just looked at the female bodhisattva who was fighting Huang Man, at the entrance of the valley. Zhao Kai can give you a silver bottle that symbolizes the Liang dynasty. I'm not the son of the Zhao family, so I can't do it. But I can lend you 100,000 cavalrymen of Bailiang. You help me pacify the western regions, and I can leave 20,000 soldiers and horses to guard the north and south of Tianshan. Do you want to do this deal? Of course, you have to pay me a deposit to kill Zhao Kai. I can't bear the label of rebellion. The western regions are in turmoil and chaos, and a large number of wandering monk soldiers have appeared to kill the prince. That's why I have a reason to lend you the soldiers. You want the western regions to be free, so I'll give you this freedom. Zhao Kai's expression was uncertain. Yuan Meng tore off a strip of cloth from his inner robe and wrapped it around the knife wound on his arm. He grinned sinisterly. This was His Royal Highness, who could make King of Jing'an, Zhao Heng, suffer in silence. The ruthless Hong Shuwen, who was covered in blood, remained on the horse's back. He held 2 Bailiang sabers in his hands and gently patted the horse's belly. The 6-pearl bodhisattva did not bat an eyelid. She sent Huang Man flying again and again. More than half of the Iron Gate Pass had already collapsed. Every time Huang Man retreated, Qing Niao's instant arc spear would follow, not leaving the slightest gap. Chapter 679. Su Fengnian walked towards the entrance of the valley. Behind him, a red cloud floated. He turned around and saw the otherworldly item dragging a small and withered corpse. The otherworldly item landed behind Su Fengnian. It was happy but not happy. It looked even more solemn. Su Fengnian patted its head and pointed at the cliff. The otherworldly item tilted its head and flew towards the cliff of Iron Gate Pass. It stepped on a big hole and placed Yang Taisui's corpse into it. A master of Taoism was buried on a wild cliff. Su Fengnian waved his hand and signaled Huang Manor and Bluebird to stop. The otherworldly item circled around the mountain peak and landed on the narrow road behind the entrance of the valley, blocking the escape route of the Tantric Dharma King. Su Fengnian looked at the Buddhist mirror in the woman's hand. It was like a small world. He smiled and said, "I don't know when Chen Jibao will come. Are you waiting for him too? If my crow's beak is right, we don't need to talk nonsense." The Bodhisattva frowned her charming eyebrows. They looked at each other and their eyebrows gradually relaxed. Su Fengnian felt relieved. He said suspiciously, "Don't destroy the talisman armor. I have a use for it." Above her palm, the sand gathered to form a star. 9 sand balls had been revolving mysteriously like the stars in the sky. At this moment, the star collapsed and countless yellow sand drifted away between her fingers. The Bodhisattva didn't say a word. She just walked towards Zhao Kai, who was much luckier than Su Fengnian. As she walked, the Bodhisattva lowered her eyebrows and pondered. Even with her innate skill in Taoism, she couldn't figure out why Zhao Kai was defeated. In the eyes of the common people, the saying of climbing up the social ladder was a common view of seeking benefits. However, when one reached her level, it was infinitely more magnificent. Just like Hong Shixiang's sword-cutting fate, even if a normal martial artist had reached the finger Xian state, he would not be able to see any clues. However, the people of the 3 sects, especially the Qi cultivators who were proficient in Qi observation, could see the pillars of Qi collapsing one by one. Similarly, the people of the 3 sects attached themselves to the imperial court and each had their own motives. Take Mount Longhu's great heavenly master Zhao Danping for example. She had stayed by the emperor's side all these years and bore the infamy of Prime Minister Qingxi. In fact, she had benefited greatly. Since there were experts in Taoism who could return to simplicity, there was only one of them. There were also people who found loopholes and filled in the gaps, using countless ones to form a square and circle. Even she couldn't explain the mysteries behind this. Since she was able to discuss Buddhism and longevity with the white-robed monk Li Dongxin on the devil-slaying platform of Mount Longhu, she naturally had her own unique views. Su Fengnian used an external force to steal the heavenly secret and killed Yang Taisui at the cost of his lifetime martial arts. In her opinion, it was reasonable but not reasonable. Not everyone had the qualifications to participate in this assassination. A chessboard, in the end, only had those positions. It was impossible for the 2 sides to slowly arrange 361 chess pieces. Beiliang and Liang were playing in the western regions. The butcher Su Xiao wouldn't personally enter the Iron Gate Pass area, and the emperor of the Zhao family was the same. Originally, on the chessboard, Su Fengnian and Zhao Kai both had a 50% chance of winning. However, some people didn't intend to watch the game silently. In the eyes of the Red Sect's Dharma King, these people happened to be people who had the potential to become immortals on Earth in the future. They completely disrupted the game. One of them blocked Han Diaoxi. 2 of them stopped 100 miles north of the Iron Gate Pass. She didn't plan to die in this game of chess. Since Su Fengnian gave her a way out and allowed her to choose herself out of this game of death, even if she really wanted to kill the young man in one fell swoop, she had to suppress that thought and go with the flow. The white-clothed bodhisattva walked in front of Zhao Kai and the golden armor talisman general. Zhao Kai wasn't too flustered and exasperated. He just lowered his head and muttered to himself, "How could this be? Second master is dead, but I still have great master. I shouldn't die here. I should be the emperor." The ambitious prince's face was covered in tears, and he was sobbing. He raised his head and asked in a choked voice, "It shouldn't be like this, right?" The white-clothed bodhisattva was silent. Zhao Kai smiled sadly and wiped his tears. He gently waved his hand and asked the golden armor talisman general to walk to the side of the carriage. He took the giant sword from the talisman general's hand and slit his neck. Before he died, he looked at the capital in a daze. His last words were only one word: "Father." As soon as Zhao Kai died, the golden armor talisman general, which was connected to its master's qi, lost all its vitality. Su Fingnian had the white horse righteous Zong take the corpses and weapons of his fallen comrades and leave Iron Gate Pass. The golden armor talisman general was dragged by Huang Manor with one hand. The next step was to head north. Han Diaoxi couldn't decide the direction of the situation. Even if he killed his way through the encirclement of Wang Ji's 3,000 cavalry and arrived in front of Su Fingnian, it would be futile. Just as Su Fingnian had said to the female bodhisattva, this assassination attempt would be framed on the entrenched power of the western regions. Once the news spread to the capital and the court, no one would believe it except for the common people. But what could he do? Su Fingnian wasn't afraid of the emperor's wrath. What he was afraid of was that this assassination attempt was still within the man's expectations. If Zhao Kai was just a pawn that could be reluctantly abandoned, who would be the enemy that Su Fingnian would have to face? Was it a prince who had been hiding his strength all this while? To the east of Iron Gate Pass, Han Diaoxi was running alone in the desert. He was blocked by a white fox wearing an embroidered winter ornament. To the north, the Confucian sage Chao Chongqing and the plum wine Qin Jibao were still confronting each other. Su Fingnian suddenly looked back at Iron Gate Pass. Near the carriage, the uneasy female bodhisattva had a head full of black hair. Chapter 680. The next chapter starts at 3:00 in the morning. Su Beiji had said in the Taming Horse Temple that the layman was afraid of the fruit, and the bodhisattva was afraid of the cause. Su Fingnian had also said to Yang Taisui that the state of mind had fallen. It was like a grass seed growing in the crack of a mountain. It was like a crack in a round mirror. It would get worse and worse, and it would be very difficult for the mirror to recover. The words of the two Zus had come true in both languages. Su Fingnian withdrew his sight and did not look at the six-jewel master with long black hair. The 800 white horse warriors had been carefully selected. Before the attack, they had removed the Bailiang army's mark. At this time, they did not have to worry about being caught. Even if there was a master following the vine to find the melon, Su Fingnian could be said to be framed by the western region's monk soldiers. The key to deciding the direction of the quarrel was not morality or the truth, but the strength of the soldiers behind the chess players. Su Fingnian took the silver bottle from the brocade box in the carriage from Bluebird's hand and smiled faintly. Yuan Zuozong held his spear and rode half a horse behind Su Fingnian with a dignified face. According to common sense, His Royal Highness who had killed the old monk Yang Taisui alone should be in low spirits. It was expected that he would be in a coma. However, Su Fingnian was riding his horse. He was in high spirits and did not look tired at all. Instead, his aura was at its peak. Especially the spring and autumn sword that was forged with the spring and autumn spirit as the Xian embryo. The sword aura was soaring into the sky. Although it was not out of the scabbard, there were still faint dragon roars like 9 evil dragons overturning the sea. Yuan Zuozong sighed in his heart. It was a tragic victory. Moreover, there were still many undercurrents hidden under the water. Yang Taisui had died in the battle, and Prince Zhao Kai had committed suicide. In this way, the relationship between Bailiang and the imperial court had been completely wiped out. Yuan Zuozong smiled and looked at Su Fengnian's back. Next time, if there was a war, it would be him leading the old Bailiang soldiers to conquer the world. Thousands of miles of yellow sand. After a long time, it was a boring scene. However, in everyone's eyes, it was desolate and shocking. It was truly a scene of heaven and earth. Within a radius of 30 miles, there were countless different-sized gullies. There was no clouds day's time, and the thunders gradually subsiding. Fortunately, His Royal Highness's Thunder Pool sword formation was used to kill the old monk's attack. So many people was clock 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 clocks clock 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 clock. With the help of Su Fengnian, Yuan Zuozong, and Su Longxiang, the six-armed otherworldly item, and the green bird, this cavalry troop that could only be described as invincible finally arrived at the edge of a bottomless, 20-zhang-wide chasm. A middle-aged Confucian in a green robe was standing there with his hands clasped behind his back. His sideburns were white, and he looked very handsome. The Confucian sage, who became an immortal in the West Wall, laughed loudly. "Let's go." Su Fengnian raised his arms. Except for the Daning, the otherworldly item's new arms, the others followed Yuan Zuozong's lead and went around the gully. Su Fengnian threw the bottle, which was supposed to be priceless but could only be sold by its weight, to the otherworldly item. The otherworldly item held the silver bottle in one hand and jumped over with both arms. It had many hands. It was said that 2 fists couldn't fight against 4 hands. Facing a 6-armed otherworldly item, no one would have the confidence to win. Even Chao Chongqing, who had read thousands of books and traveled thousands of miles, couldn't help but take a few more glances. Chao Qingyi saw Su Fengnian's eyes wandering. He smiled and said, "Your second sister, Su Weisheng, was seriously injured. She was sent to Bailiang Palace by the princess. As for Chen Jibao, who we don't know, he went to Western Shu alone. I believe everyone in Liyang will soon know that there is a second prince with a different surname. However, he is lower than the prince of the 6 great vassal kings. He is only the prince of Shu." Su Fengnian nodded. Chao Chongqing sighed. He walked forward and flicked Su Fengnian's forehead. "Your pseudo-mysterious finger can cut off your immortality. It can cut off other people's immortality, but it can also cut off your own immortality. Do you really want to die in front of Su Weisheng with your reckless final burst of consciousness?" Su Fengnian's imposing manner, which he had been trying his best to maintain, immediately collapsed after the flick of his finger. His handsome face became distorted and ferocious. Chao Zhangqing smiled at the otherworldly item and said, "I'll have to trouble you to press down on his heart meridian. Don't stop until we reach the northern Liang mansion. I will teach you a chant later. Help him guide his qi down to the Kunlun mountains slowly. Don't let go." After the two-faced otherworldly item heard him, it gently stretched out one arm and pressed Su Fengnian's heart. Su Fengnian said sadly, "My sister." Chao Chongqing said calmly, "Her chest was pierced by Chen Jibao. Her life is hanging by a thread because of the plum wine. If she wants to live, it depends on her natural desire to live." Su Fengnian spat out a mouthful of dark purple blood and fell backward. Fortunately, the otherworldly item caught him. Chao Chongqing was not surprised. Instead, he was happy. He smiled and said, "It's good that you spat it out. Don't worry. As long as you don't die, Su Weisheng won't die. It's said that everything in the world will complain if there's injustice. Scholars like me will write poems if there's injustice. In the end, the way to immortality is to not have too much evil in one's heart. You've endured for too many years. Do you know why Senior Li Chungang always said that your talent is not as good as the princess? The princess is naturally more transparent than you. Of course, it's also because she's a woman." Su Fengnian's vision was blurry. He could vaguely see Chao Qingyi's tattered clothes and bloodstains on her body. He endured the piercing pain and gritted his teeth. Is Qin Jibao the king of Shu a last-minute plan by the Zhao family's emperor? As long as I dare to kill Zhao Kai, he will let Qin Jibao go to Western Shu to be crowned the king. Or did he make a promise with Qin Jibao? Chapter 681. Chao Changqing knocked on the ground again to prolong his life. His qi slowly went down to Kunlun. Su Fengnian's feet suddenly bled like a fountain, soaking the yellow sand. He slowly said, Zhao Kai is a chess piece, but he wasn't the one who lured you into the trap. That emperor doesn't have the courage to stake everything on one throw. Unless it's Zhao Kai's grandfather, it's more likely. He's just a little bit inferior. Most masters of defense are like that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sit on the dragon throne. Zhao Kai is a piece that you want to use to slay the dragon in the future, but it's not like you can't give him up. It all depends on how Beiliang deals with it. Without this assassination, Zhao Kai would have had 10 years to establish a firm foothold in Western Shu and Western regions and cut off Beiliang's escape route. With enough capital, Zhao Kai might have been able to ascend the dragon throne. However, if someone blocked Zhao Kai in Western regions, especially you, the capital would have had a backup plan. Because Qin Jibao would have had to go out. As long as you could rise, he wouldn't have had a reason to stay in Beiliang. Qin Jibao and your father are the same kind of people. Deep down, they still care about each other. That year, when the old emperor forced Su Shao, the general didn't rebel. That's why. As long as one side didn't die of old age, they wouldn't cross the bottom line and rebel. This kind of thing has nothing to do with right or wrong. People live on one breath. Without this breath, they won't be able to achieve great things. I, Chao Changqing, am no exception. Su Fengnian, if you don't feel like you don't have the bearing of a master, let's sit down and talk. Su Fengnian smiled and nodded. However, his smile was uglier than crying. The otherworldly item helped him sit down cross-legged. Chao Changqing also sat down calmly. Chao Changqing smiled and asked, not only your assassination, but also the general situation in Liyang and Beiliang. In this game of Go, it's already not easy for you to see 70 to 80% of it. If I had told you earlier that the 3-inch Teng Huang Longsher who killed 3 million people and the #1 strategist of the spring and autumn period were involved, would you have charged headfirst into the Iron Gate? Su Fengnian nodded without hesitation. Chao Changqing didn't find it strange. He looked at the gap drawn by the plum wine and sighed softly. To be honest, Qin Jibao almost made me lose half of my cultivation here. If we fight to the death without any worries, I can live and he will die, but all of my cultivation will be destroyed. At that time, I will really be a useless scholar without the strength to truss a chicken. Su Fengnian was heavily injured, so his speech was unclear. I wouldn't be surprised if he became an earth immortal. Chao Changqing was surprised and asked curiously with a smile, you think so highly of Qin Jibao? Su Fengnian put his hands on his knees and said calmly, Qin Jibao thinks of me as a bag of grass, but I think of Qin Jibao as invincible in both civil and martial arts. Chao Changqing shook his head and said, Qin Jibao thinks highly of you more than anyone else. Before he left, he had said that sooner or later, he would fight with you fair and square. Qin Jibao also said this sentence. He has also been holding it in for 20 years. Su Fengnian said bitterly, should I be happy? Chao Changqing was happy that this kid was defeated. He laughed happily and restrained his smile. The matter of destroying Buddhism in 2 dynasties caused the death of the dragon tree monk. Qin Jibao took advantage of this Buddhist saint's death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a saint so quickly. Su Fengnian smiled from the bottom of his heart and said, Su Shao doesn't like to talk about big principles, but there is one sentence that I remember very clearly. You have to eat your own bitterness and enjoy your own happiness, but you also have to look up to others. So I always think that there are so many good things in the world, but I can't hold them all in my hands. This is not realistic. There are so many beauties, but you can only marry a few. Isn't that right, Uncle Chow? Chow Changqing's eyes were happy, but he flicked his finger. Don't call me Uncle Chow. Our friendship is not that good. Su Fengnian nodded and said, that's true. Otherwise, you wouldn't have let Qin Jibao go to Western Shu. After all, you and I have a faint relationship. It's already very kind of you to prevent Qin Jibao from going to the Iron Gate Pass. Qin Jibao went to Western Shu because of the shady business in the capital where he killed 1,000 enemies and lost 800 of his own men. He planted a seed of disaster for Bailiang. Liang is not much better. Since you want to restore West Chu's destiny, this is a very good thing. Chao Changqing smiled and didn't deny it. I don't want him to take control of Bailiang, but I want Qin Jibao to go to West Chu and proclaim himself king. Because if West Chu wants to restore its country, it can only pull chestnuts out of the fire and profit from the chaos. The more chaotic the chess game, the better. Bailiang, where you are, is far from enough. Su Fengnian clicked his tongue and said, I'm scared of you scholars. Chao Changqing hesitated for a moment, but still said, Su Fengnian, there's something I still want to remind you of. You have to be the king of Bailiang and the heir apparent of Bailiang. In the past, you've taken the unconventional path and won by surprise troops time and time again. But in the future, you still have to use both right and strange tactics. Just like this ambush where you pull one hair and affect the whole situation. In the end, there are many things that not only the son of the Zhao clan, but also the old foxes of the Liang dynasty like Zhang Julu and Gu Jiantang are well aware of. It's just that under Li Shan's instructions, Su Shao has taken the path of overt scheming these past few years. He can't be criticized, and that's why Bailiang has the foundation it has today. Don't let down the expectations of the older generation of Bailiang. Zhao Kai didn't lose in terms of luck this time, but because he wanted to use the small to fight against the big, and seek great riches and honor in the midst of danger. But he forgot one thing. He's a prince and has to fight for the throne. But in times of peace and prosperity, the sons and grandsons of the Dragon clan who are approaching the throne step by step all emphasize on keeping a low profile. In the capital, the first prince has shown his power and the fourth prince has hidden his power. You have to be careful. Su Fengnian slightly bowed with his hands folded in front of his chest. I sincerely appreciate your advice. Chao Changqing gently waved his sleeves and folded them on his knees. To be honest, I didn't like you before. I thought you were fickle and sentimental. But now that I've seen some things with my own eyes, I think you're a better person. Last time, when I went to Beimang, I passed by Bailiang and had a secret meeting with the great general. This time, I acted according to the agreement and stopped Qin Jibao. It can be considered that I've paid off the old debt that West Chu owes to the Su family. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. If it's time to kill you, I won't hesitate to do it. Su Fengnian smiled. Aren't you afraid that your princess will scold you? Chao Changqing was stunned. He bent his finger and flicked Su Fengnian's forehead, making the latter take a deep breath. The otherworldly item's joyful face smiled knowingly. Su Fengnian muttered to himself, it's almost winter. She's going to get frostbite again. Chao Changqing was speechless. He smiled and said, that's right. She's going to make a scarecrow and scold you again. The otherworldly item helped Su Fengnian get up. I'm in a hurry to go back to see my sister. I'm sure the princess doesn't want to see me. Uncle Chao, should we part ways or walk together? Chao Changqing stood up and brushed away the dust. Let's go our separate ways. Don't try to worm your way into being friends with me. Su Fengnian let the otherworldly item float onto the horse's back. He cupped his hands and bid farewell to the Confucian sage Chao Qingyi. He left them in the dust. Chao Changqing stood in place. This time, Su Shao appeared at the border wearing a general's armor instead of Prince Liang's boa robe. Therefore, Chao Chongqing watched as the young king of Beiliang left. Chapter 682. After that, Huang Longshi. The whole Liang dynasty liked to use this saying to ridicule someone's hindsight. Of course, hindsight also came from Huang Longshi's original creation of Xiangqi. Xiangqi replaced Xiangqi, which was also known as Xiangqi, and became second only to Xiangqi. In a small tea house in Beimang, the featherless parrot still liked to call everyone it met Grandpa. The shopkeeper of the tea house with the surname Huang was still so unmotivated. The young girl who raised a big cat did not give a good face to the customers. In addition, the business of the tavern was so cold and bleak that it was like a graveyard. This made Wen Hua, who had never been able to earn money to go to the brothel to pretend to be a romantic, very depressed. Today, there was a wooden sign outside the tea house saying that it was closed. After Wen Hua walked into the tavern with the birdcage, he never treated his internal organs badly. He made a bowl of fragrant onion noodles and buried his head in it. The manager, old Huang, took out 3 wooden boxes from somewhere and put them full of chess pieces. 2 boxes of black and white chess pieces, and 1 box of colorful glazed chess pieces. He cleared the table and placed them there, constantly placing and collecting chess pieces. Seeing this, Wen Hua was furious. Pretending to be a ghost, if you have the ability to learn from Su Fengnian, set up a stall to gamble and earn copper coins. Behind closed doors, pretending to be a chess sage, chess master, and chess immortal. What kind of hero is he? After eating the onion noodles, he was thinking about whether to secretly go to the kitchen to reward himself with another bowl. However, thinking that he couldn't make ends meet, he really didn't have the face to take advantage of her. Wen Hua didn't waste it at all. He licked the big white porcelain bowl clean and sighed at the empty bowl. Bored to death, he could only carry his bowl and chopsticks over to old man Huang's side to sit. Miss Jia, who would laugh at a customer whenever she was unhappy, was carrying a sunflower. Her legs rested on the bench as she stared blankly. Wen Hua did not have the guts to sit on the same bench as her, so he asked old man Huang to move slightly so that he could rest his buttocks next to Huang Longshi. Wen Hua looked at the black and white confrontation on the table, mixed with many colorful glazed chess pieces. Wen Hua wanted to touch one of them to see if it was valuable. If it was only right to steal a few and pawn them. How long had it been since he was paid? Not to mention the red packets during festivals. Unfortunately, his claws were slapped away by Huang Longshi, and Wen Hua casually placed the bowl and chopsticks at the corner of the table before he said with a smile, "Old Huang, what are you doing? Tell me about it." Huang Longshi immediately held a box of glazed beads in one hand while his fingers moved slightly with his other hand, and he held his breath with rapt attention while ignoring Wen Hua's clamor. Wen Hua felt bored and could only turn his head to look at the young girl who liked to chuckle. The Jia family's Jia family is raising the price to fake Jia. Let me make things clear to you. That big cat is a glutton. We can't afford to raise it. The delicate and pretty young girl chuckled and didn't even look at Wen Hua. Wen Hua, who worked hard for the tavern, slammed the table and said angrily, "Don't rely on old Huang to support you. Ha ha ha, I don't have the divine ability to turn stones into gold. The 3 of us can't even eat as much as that big cat. The business of the tavern is so bad, but you don't seem to care. Say, didn't the customer from yesterday say that the tea wasn't good enough, and you wanted to take a plate and cut his head? And the customer from 3 days ago, he said that the tea wasn't fragrant enough, and you wanted to twist his head. Do you still have the law? Have I become a pig looking in the mirror? Am I not human anymore?" The young girl faced Wen Hua and chuckled. Wen Hua slapped his forehead. He was so angry that he suffered internal injuries. Shopkeeper Huang gently smoothed out the chess pieces that were messed up by the porcelain bowl and said with a frown, "It's fine as long as you don't starve anyone to death." Even if you open the tavern to become the largest in Beimang, will you be successful? Wen Hua replied with a question, isn't this considered successful? The old scholar, who had a cultured and elegant bearing, glanced at him. Then you might as well not practice the sword. I guarantee that I'll make you one of the richest gentlemen in Beimang. How about it? Wen Hua waved his hand and said, go, go, go. If you don't let me practice the sword, you might as well kill me. Shopkeeper Huang smiled and asked, me? Wen Hua hurriedly smiled and said, little one, little one. You've been playing chess for so long. Are your hands sore? Are your shoulders tired? Should I rub and knock them for you? The more chess pieces were placed, the densely packed black and white chess pieces and the relatively sparse colored glass pieces on the table. The white porcelain bowl became an eyesore. The old man waved his hand and said, take it away. Wen Hua exclaimed, picked up the bowl, and jogged to the kitchen. It was not very particular to make a bowl of scallion noodles for himself, but it was better to be happy together than to be happy alone. It was still okay to make 3 bowls of noodles for that strange father and daughter. Ignoring that kid Wen Hua, old man Huang looked at the chess game that was becoming clearer and clearer. He fiercely knocked a relatively large colored glass piece into the center of the board, and then he seemed to be hesitant about whether or not he should pull out a colored glass piece. The old man put down the chess box and said to himself, my daughter, I've missed this good show this time. There's nothing I can do about it. That man in the capital that I caused to cut off his own tongue sent a letter over, wanting to settle old scores with me. On one hand, I couldn't bear it, but on the other hand, I was looking forward to the direction of the game, so I agreed to it this time. The chess pieces have to be alive and can be used as eyes. Only then will chess be interesting. Otherwise, look, this place is called Iron Gate Pass. It's a place with good feng shui. Dying there is much better than dying on the ghostly battlefield where tens of thousands of dead people share their fates. If this large colored glass piece that went to Western Shu eats up Zhao Kai and Su Fingnian's chess pieces and stays in Beiliang, it'll be much more interesting than him becoming some county king. Don't glare at me. It was that kid who wanted to barge into this game of chess. This time, I didn't do anything to trip him up. Don't worry, that kid made a big profit this time. He's going to be the king of Beiliang for sure. Su Fingnian is dead, and Chen Jibao is the king of Beiliang. He'll have to live in Su Zhao's shadow for the rest of his life. The Zhao family owes the Su family old scores, and with Chen Jibao's temperament, he'll definitely make them pay back bit by bit. That man in the capital doesn't want to see this happen. But that guy underestimated the next king of Beiliang. How can that kid surnamed Su be more open-minded and magnanimous than Chen Jibao? You can't blame that guy. After all, on the surface, Chen Jibao is much stronger than Su Fingnian, much, much stronger. But in a game of chess, if one's eyes are shallow, he'll suffer a great loss. The young girl shook the golden sunflower and chuckled. Chapter 683. The old man's life was full of tricks and tricks, which made people confused. Sometimes, people would only realize it after 10 or 20 years. However, the old man rarely told others. Since the person beside him was his daughter, he didn't hide anything. This time, neither side is clean. For the sake of the overall situation, the loser has to bear the consequences. The bottom line of this assassination was very clear. The son of the Zhao family wouldn't do it himself, and neither would Su Xiao. As for whether their sons would live or die, it would depend on their luck, schemes, and ruthlessness. However, the emperor in the capital had an advantage that both sides knew. He had many sons. Even if one of them died, it wouldn't hurt him too much. However, the son of the Zhao family, who was the first to place a piece on the chessboard, obviously didn't expect Beiliang to respond so decisively. Su Fingnian personally went to intercept and kill, and many of his deeply rooted spies rose one after another. Otherwise, according to common sense, as long as the sword Garrett didn't have Yan's 3,000 elite cavalrymen, as long as the remnant of the Nangong family didn't get married, as long as Chao Chongqing didn't return the favor as promised, Su Fengnian and Zhao Kai would still lose. Chen Jibao would neither win nor lose in a short time. He would defeat Beiliang and become the king of Shu. However, when Su Shao died in the future, Beiliang would most likely be in his pocket. Compared to Su Shao, Chen Jibao has both advantages and disadvantages. His advantage is that he's young, and he deserves to be called a distinguished person in both civil and martial arts. He's kind of like me. Ha. Okay. I won't boast about this to you. Chen Jibao's advantage was that he had been accumulating power for many years. The one who had chilled the hearts of the scholars of the world was only his adoptive father, Su Shao, and not this war sage who was at the pinnacle of Confucianism. The disadvantage was also very obvious. If he wanted to be the king of Beiliang, he would not have the proper title. After he was bestowed the title of king of Western Shu, the morale that he had accumulated in the Beiliang army would also decline along with Su Zhao's death. Therefore, if he really wanted to be the emperor, he could only wait for at most 10 years. Any longer, whether it was luck or the hearts of the people, he would not be able to gather them. Everyone was the same. What kind of reputation could last for 2 or 3 generations? Only Su Shao was an anomaly in the Liang army. Chen Jibao, you're still lacking. I've long said that the bunch of old scholars and the imperial astronomer were all half-baked people who only knew rigid numbers and did not understand the mysteries of heaven like water. After being deceived by me for so many years, they still have no memory. Zhao Kai, this kid, is also interesting. Does he really think that his luck is invincible? That female master of the western region is not that smart. Zhao Kai's luck was accumulated by Han Diaoxi, who had been with the dragon for more than 30 years, and that old bald donkey, Yang Taisui. In addition, she also had her own cultivation. With her by his side, Zhao Kai's luck was imperceptibly accumulated by another layer. Isn't he a piece of delicious cake that has the hope of ascending the throne and becoming the emperor? How many people from the 3 sects would have a good ending if they were personally involved? The Dragon Tree Monk and Yang Taisui were all dead. The few Taoist masters of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, the older generation also did not have a good ending. In the end, they are all pitiful people who think that they are above the world, but in reality, they are not at all free and unfettered. I, your father, have fooled so many auspicious signs and phenomena during the spring and autumn period. This group of smart people still haven't seen through it. It can be seen that the difference between intelligence and intelligence is like the difference between heaven and earth. Beimang's Taiping is old, yet he refuses to accept his old age and still wants to play a game with me. I wonder if I was the one who created the chess situation that clearly divides the world. The world should be handed over to the young people. If you squat in the latrine and don't shit, how can you water the fields when the old shit is hard? Hearing this, the corners of the girl's mouth curled up as she chuckled. Wen Hua, who was carrying 3 bowls of onion noodles over, said angrily, "Old man Huang, can you not talk about this while eating?" Seeing that the shopkeeper did not move, Wen Hua glared at him and said, "Why aren't you clearing the table?" The old man chuckled and waved away the chess pieces on the table with a wave of his sleeve. Wen Hua put down 3 pairs of bowls and chopsticks and continued to chatter, "You only know how to play chess. So what if you can play chess? When I become a sword immortal, no matter who you are, if you dare to jump in front of me, I will serve you with a sword." The old man picked up his chopsticks and asked with a grin, "Oh. Then if I teach you how to use the sword and make you suffer so much, then when the time comes, the first thing you will do will be to slash me?" Wen Hua laughed and said, I wouldn't dare. How could I, Wen Hua, be an ungrateful person? I'm handsome, have a good temper, and have an ancient heart. Not to mention these advantages, the key is loyalty. The old man shook his head with a smile and was slightly helpless. He picked up a fragrant onion noodles with his chopsticks and ate with his head lowered as he said, "Go to Liang's capital." Wen Hua was stunned and asked in a low voice, "You're going directly to the capital to make a name for yourself? Don't you need to warm up your hands in a small place first?" The old man wrapped a chopstick of noodles and didn't stretch his neck to help his daughter blow the hot air off the noodles, fearing that she would burn herself. The girl laughed brilliantly and plucked a small petal of sunflower before placing it on the edge of the old man's bowl. It looked festive. The old man was in a good mood and said to Wen Hua, "Don't you want to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat? Also, you'll be able to see the white jade lion, the brothel girl that you fell in love with at first sight." Wen Hua slurped the noodles and said with a smile, "What's wrong with a brothel girl? I just like her. I'm definitely going to the capital this time." The old man smiled lightly. After eating the noodles, the old man took out some silver and instructed Wen Hua, who had finished cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks, and returned to his seat. "Go buy a jug of good wine." Wen Hua rolled his eyes and said, "Only you, old man Huang, can make a tea seller go buy wine to drink." Not long after, Wen Hua returned with a jug of wine, and the old man said indifferently, "Keep the remaining silver for yourself." Wen Hua chuckled. He said that he was going out, and then he went to the small room in his residence and took out a bag of silver that he had hidden well. He put it all away and ran out of the tea house. He had long since taken a fancy to a set of erotic paintings. Today, he had finally gathered enough silver and went out to buy it. In the past, he and Su Xiaoshou both had this kind of hobby. However, at that time, they were traveling the Jianghu and were so poor that they didn't know what to eat every day. That was because they had no money. Now that they had some money, they had to think about their brothers. Wen Hua thought that the next time they met, he would take this as a meeting gift. The gift was light, but the sentiment was heavy. "If that brat dares to dislike it, I'll definitely use a wooden sword to cut him." Hee. The girl didn't drink and watched the old man drink alone. The old man laughed softly and said, "Of the 13 rankings of the spring and autumn period, I alone occupy the top 3. As for the other 10 people, apart from Chen Jibao who entered Shu, and Song Guanhai who dominated the literary scene of Liang for these years, they have pretty much all left. Oh, the 3 heroes of the Song family are also about to be killed by Lu Swan." The old man didn't seem to have a good tolerance for alcohol. After drinking more than half a jug, he fell asleep. The girl went to get a thick coat and quietly covered the old man. Then she stayed by his side and began to stare blankly again. The old man was still murmuring drunkenly, "Zhuanggong dreams of a butterfly dreams of Zhuanggong. I dream of Zhuanggong, I dream of a butterfly." Chapter 684. Su Fingnian rode on the same horse as the Daning, the otherworldly item with a new scarf and hidden sleeves. He did not feel uncomfortable at all. Moreover, his heart meridian was being held down by the Daning, guiding the chaotic qi down to Kunlun. At this moment, Su Fengnian really did not care about the awkwardness. After meeting up with the white horse, they rode back to Beiliang. As they approached the border, Su Fengnian raised his hand. The extraordinarily handsome blue-white one fell straight down and stopped on his arm. Soon, the rhythmic sound of horse hooves entered their ears. The leader was an extremely fat pig. His mount was a heavy Fergana colt. This fatty actually wore a set of light armor for the first time. Because of his body size, the saber at his waist was not easy to notice. It was hard to imagine that this was a general who had fought hundreds of battles. It was even harder to imagine that this fatty had once led 1,000 cavalry to conquer Shu. After Chu Lushan put on the armor, this time he saw His Royal Highness, he did not immediately roll off the horse and crawl on the ground with snot and tears flowing down his face. He only bowed on the horse and cupped his fists. He respectfully said, "Reporting to your highness, this general has already opened up a clean path." Su Fingnian frowned and said, Su Xiao is also here. Chu Lushan, who only brought 300 elite cavalry, raised his head and grinned. Great General alone has already scared Gu Jintang's 60,000 troops out of their wits. The pale Su Fengnian nodded. Easily passing through the unobstructed border, Su Fengnian saw a horse galloping toward him. The father and son looked at each other without saying a word. After traveling for 20 li, Su Xiao finally opened his mouth and asked, "Are your injuries serious?" Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "I won't die." Su Xiao glared at him and said, "Brat, what nonsense are you talking about?" Su Fengnian glared back. Su Xiao's arrogance immediately disappeared. He looked ahead and sighed, "Thank you for your hard work." Su Fengnian snapped, "Aren't you the same?" "Bullshit." Su Xiao nodded and didn't say anything. Huang Manor dragged the talisman General Golden Armor and walked as if he was flying. He followed behind Su Xiao and Su Fengnian with a silly smile on his face. Yuan Zuozong and Chu Lushan were running side by side, but they hated each other. There was a distance of 20 feet between them, and they did not look at each other from beginning to end. Chu Lushan didn't look at Yuan Zuozong. He just smiled and said, "General Yuan, it seems like you didn't do much." His arms and legs were still there, but His Highness was seriously injured. "What's wrong? You haven't met anyone worthy of your attention." "Oh my, you don't even care about Yang Taisui." Yuan Zuozong ignored Lu Qiu's sarcastic remarks. "It takes two to clap." Unfortunately, Lu Qiu had always been the kind of hooligan who could slap her own face. "General Yuan, don't look down on me just because you've made great contributions. Come on, tell me about your great achievements outside the Iron Gate Pass. I'll set up a monument for you later. How about building a shrine for you?" "That's not a problem." Yuan Zuozong didn't hear, see, speak or get angry. Chu Lushan continued to nag, but he lowered his voice a little. "Hey, I thought you would follow Qin Jibao to Western Shu. You and Qi Danghua are the same. I'm so disappointed. Look at Yao Jian and Yi Shizhen, those two ungrateful wretches, they didn't let me down." Yuan Zuozong narrowed his apricot eyes. The fat man was not satisfied yet. He twisted his stubby neck and wanted to say something, but Su Fengnian turned back and reprimanded him. "Lu Qiu, go back to Beiliang and drink your green ant. If it's not enough, you can drink milk and piss as you wish." Chu Lushan shrunk his neck and finally couldn't hold it anymore. He showed his true face and said with a flattering face, "Whatever His Highness says." Yuan Zuozong looked calm. Chu Lushan muttered, "He didn't do what he should do, but he did what he shouldn't do. Son of a bitch." Yuan Zuozong suddenly said, "On the way here, His Highness said to invite Qi Danghua to drink together." Chu Lushan opened his eyes wide, turned his head and asked, "Say it again." Yuan Zuozong meditated like a stone Buddha again and didn't say a word. Chu Lushan wiped the hot sweat on his forehead. "Son of a bitch, I'm more nervous than when I heard that you were going to light my sky lantern." Su Xiao turned his head and glanced at the two adopted sons who were like fire and water for many years. He sighed quietly. Su Fengnian inhaled for a long time but did not exhale. Then, he exhaled heavily and turned to ask, "Why?" Su Xiao said calmly, "Huang Man didn't get close to his second sister. It's not without reason." Su Fengnian's lips trembled. He wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Su Xiao said, "Although she was not born by me and your mother, I never treated her as a man of sacrifice. I only know that I have 2 daughters, 2 sons and 2 daughters. All 3 of them are handsome like their mother. Only the second daughter looks like me, Su Xiao. If I don't love her, who will I love? Raising sons and daughters is a different way of raising. As a father, I don't know if it's right or wrong. To be honest, the one who suffered the most is still you. Among all the children, I have never scolded anyone. I only hit you once, and it was only twice and thrice that I let you run away. Who knows when I will have to send you off? Your mother passed away early, otherwise she would definitely beat me to death. Then why didn't you stop my sister? I couldn't. I sent a message to her saying that Chao Chongqing would go to stop them. She still went. The great snow dragon cavalry almost had a mutiny. This silly daughter is more like my own. Don't you think she's like me? Yes. By the way, you can tell these words to my sister later. I don't dare. You always chase me with a broom and a stool. If my daughter is really angry, she will draw her sword. Su Fengnian said helplessly, look at you, the king of Beiliang. Su Shao laughed and said, it's fine as long as you're promising. Su Fengnian gently waved his arm. The 6-year-old phoenix that had accompanied him for many years spread its wings and flew high into the sky. Su Fengnian looked at the divine bird that was gradually becoming a black dot in the sky. He said softly, I really couldn't tell. After putting on the armor, you look like a general. Su Shao also raised his head to look at the sky. He said softly, you will be the same in the future. A luxurious carriage made of dazzling jade and jewels entered Beiliang's post house. It was said that those who wandered the Jianghu should not reveal their true colors. The master of this carriage really did not know the dangers of the Jianghu. The coachman was a middle-aged man with a robust physique. It was late autumn and the chill was penetrating. He was still wearing a tight black shirt. The muscles all over his body were bulging, but his aura was restrained as usual. His breathing was unhurried and uninterrupted like a long river. It was clear that he was already at the peak of an external expert. From this, it could be seen that the person sitting in the carriage had a reason to be domineering and had something to rely on. The middle-aged coachman's surname was Hongyu. This journey had been a bloody one. From the southeast of the dynasty to the northwest of Liang, there were no less than 20 sect leaders or elders who had been turned into corpses overnight. These people were all famous in the Jianghu. They were definitely not small fries who could fish for fame with just a few moves. Hongyu sighed. He was somewhat unable to get off the tiger. Other than feeling helpless in the depths of his heart, his respect for the young master behind him grew stronger and stronger. There were some things that he did not even dare to say to her face. It was true that he had helped her find food to supplement her martial arts. It was true that he was helping the tiger do evil, but this time, she had entered Beiliang. Wasn't she asking a tiger for its skin? In the carriage, a young woman without a maid was applying rouge in front of the mirror. She was wearing a purple dress with large sleeves. Fortunately, she was able to suppress this kind of pure color. Her lips were already a bit sickly purple. At this moment, she was using the pink rouge from an expensive brocade box to cover them up. Otherwise, her yin qi would far surpass her heroic spirit. She pursed her lips. There was no fluctuation of emotion in her eyes. Normally, a woman would hold a mirror and apply makeup. Moreover, she was so beautiful that even the fishes would fall and the geese would fall. It was always a joyous occasion. She casually threw away the bronze mirror and the brocade box. After thinking for a while, she picked up the bronze mirror again. She stretched out a finger and drew on the surface of the mirror. It was fragmented. She was the mistress of the great Niu gang of Mount Hui, Xianyuan Qingfeng. There were no less than 100 books piled up in the carriage. Most of them were secret manuals that the Xianyuan family had collected for hundreds of years. If she wanted to give it to someone, it would be no different from giving a pile of scrap metal. The problem was that the other party might not be willing to accept it. This made Xianyuan Qingfeng frown. The aura around her became increasingly gloomy, like a withered osmanthus tree in a rainy day. Based on the secret arts recorded in her family's books, she was like a female Taotai that chose people to devour in the past year. She had absorbed a lot of power and cultivation, allowing her martial arts realm to improve rapidly. Before she went down the mountain, a group of old enemies of Mount Hui bullied her because she was the mistress of the house. They teamed up and went up the mountain to pick a fight. She didn't care that there were immortals from the neighboring Mount Longhu. She caught all of them and turned them into dried corpses. The Celestial Master's residence, which she had a good relationship with, had already stated that the Xianyuan family's disciples were not allowed to set foot on Mount Longhu. But would she, Xianyuan Qingfeng, care about this? Xianyuan Qingfeng stretched out a finger and gently smoothed the rouge on her lips. The corner of her mouth curled up, full of sarcasm. When I reach the top of the martial arts world, my first target will be that nest of noble people from the Celestial Master's residence. She lifted the curtain and sat lazily behind her guest, Hongyu. Hongyu didn't turn around. He chuckled and said, "We're in Bailiang territory." Xianyuan Qingfeng nodded and asked, "Ancestor Lu has a crooked poem. It says that after receiving the 3 pure immortality technique, one has already attained the diamond body. You said that the finger profound realm is higher than the diamond body. Is it because of this poem that the immortality technique comes first and the diamond body comes second?" Hongyu laughed out loud. "Master, you'll have to ask Wang Fangfua about this. I don't really understand. In this life, I only know how to immerse myself in martial arts. In the past, I casually obtained a secret manual and followed it to the end. Later on, when I arrived at Mount Hui, I only picked 1 or 2 books to study. I didn't really think about reading more. In the end, I'm still stupid and stubborn. There's no medicine to cure me." The cool breeze of Bailiang and the autumn breeze brushed against one's face. Xianyuan Qingfeng's mood became more relaxed, and some of her sinister aura disappeared. She smiled and said, "Uncle Hong, Wang Fangfua has already broken through the first rank. You should also catch up. Otherwise, there won't be many people in Mount Hui who can show off in Jianghu." Chapter 685. Hong Tuo nodded. "Don't worry, family head. I won't slack off. It's easy at the beginning to walk the path of external martial arts, but it's not easy to go from external martial arts to internal martial arts. However, since family head has already pointed out a clear path for me, I'll be useless if I still can't reach the first rank Vajra realm." Xianyuan Qingfeng, who was in a lazy mood, grunted in acknowledgement. The master and servant were silent for a long time. Xianyuan Qingfeng suddenly asked in a seemingly joking manner, "Uncle Hong, will you stab me in the back one day when I'm deserted by everyone?" With his back facing her, Hong Tuo's hand froze for a moment before he quickly waved it down and smiled. "I won't. It's all thanks to your father, Xianyuan Jingqing, that I'm where I am today. I don't know how to talk about benevolence, righteousness, and morality, but I'm destined to help those close to me instead of reason." Xianyuan Qingfeng smiled strangely and said calmly, "Then Uncle Hong will stay in Bailiang's army." Hong Tuo resisted the urge to turn around and ask softly, "What?" "Uncle Hong, you're familiar with the art of war. You're the one who nurtured the Mount Huishan private cavalry. That Bailiang heir will most likely accept you. When he becomes the king of Bailiang, there will be a day when you stand out. It's 1,000 times better than being a hired thug for me, a great demon of the Jianghu. It doesn't matter if you think I'm keeping you as a hostage in Bailiang because I don't trust you and don't want to keep you by my side. It's settled then." Hong Tuo said in a deep voice, "Even if I'm in Bailiang, I won't forget that I'm a servant of Mount Huishan." Xianyuan Qingfeng leaned against the wooden wall outside the carriage and didn't say anything. Hong Tuo didn't continue to express his gratitude. Xianyuan Qingfeng's gaze shifted from behind Hong Tuo to the willow tree on the side of the road. "Willow, homophonic." Xianyuan Qingfeng stretched out 2 fingers and made a pinching motion toward the willow tree beside the road. He cut off a branch out of thin air and pulled it back to his hand. Hong Tuo's breathing slowed down in an instant. Xianyuan Qingfeng weaved a willow headband and wore it on his head, smiling sweetly. The brocade pouch, which was equivalent to his last words, had clearly said that Hong Yu had a rebellious streak. He looked simple and honest, but he was actually cunning and needed to be suppressed by force. It wasn't that Xianyuan Qingfeng didn't have the confidence to make him submit, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and would skin this traitorous fellow alive. In her eyes, Hong Yu was nothing. She swore to become the #1 martial artist as a woman. The boundless paddy fields outside Xiangfan City had been mostly harvested. It was a bumper harvest year, and the common people all said that it was thanks to the new king of Jing'an's good fortune. However, this king of Jing'an, Zhao Sun, had a good reputation among the common people, but among the Qing province's Green Party, his reputation took a turn for the worse. They all scolded this vassal king for forgetting his roots and burning the bridge after crossing the river. He had only just become a vassal king, but he had already begun to side with outsiders. The reason was that the imperial court had ordered all the vassals to transfer their elite troops to the border to change the defense and increase the defense. The king of Jing'an had spared no effort, causing the Green Party, whose words in the imperial court had already lost more and more weight, to be filled with complaints. That's right, this vassal king that the imperial court had put on the table was originally from Zhao Sun's 2 diagrams and 13 strategies when he entered the capital. Now, he had shot himself in the foot. Zhao Sun, this civil official, vassal king who had made an exception to take on the role of administrator, was indeed ruthless enough. He did it without any hesitation, and was cursed by the Qing province's generals who were used to being a mountain king. When they met in private, they all said that this kind of unambitious vassal king was not worthy of being the king of Jing'an who was responsible for peace and prosperity. He should just go to the imperial court and be the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. However, looking at the situation, the king of Jing'an, Zhao Sun, seemed to be enjoying it. He did a lot of things that benefited the common people and did not mind being disliked by the Green Party's big shots. Because of the special identity of the administrator, he was not restricted by the vassals. He even took the initiative to visit the Green Party's big shots several times, so he was not rejected. However, the old men and young people behind the noble families also did not give the king of Jing'an any face. The deep friendship accumulated over the years in the past had been diluted. Only some of the younger generation and many people who did not have a say in the family for the time being still had a good impression of Zhao Sun. Today, in the suburbs of Xiangfan, a farmer's family was flattered. 2 scholar-like young masters actually stopped their horses and got off. One of them, who was dressed in luxurious clothes, even personally went to the field to help them harvest the rice. At first, the farmer in charge of the family did not dare to let the young master do it for fear that he would cut his hands. However, he could not endure the smile on the young master's face and begged, so he trembled in fear and agreed. The young master was indeed a scholar who looked very knowledgeable. He learned everything quickly. After the autumn harvest of 1 mu of land, the young master harvested the 2nd mu of rice as skillfully as a farmer who was used to farming. When the old farmer's granddaughter handed the young master a kettle of water, her face was extremely red. This made the old farmer even more happy. He secretly joked about his granddaughter, saying that the young master came from a rich family and looked down on a girl like her. After harvesting the golden rice, the young master helped to load it onto the ox cart. The tanned old farmer felt sorry for the young master's clothes. In the end, he looked at his granddaughter's playful appearance and shook his head with a smile. He sighed in his heart that the young master was really a good person. The young master who personally went into the field to harvest the rice sat on the ridge of the field. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, took off his shoes and socks, and stepped on the muddy ground. Beside him was a young scholar with a gentle smile. He was dressed plainly, no different from a poor scholar. He did not go into the field because he was blind. There was an attendant hidden in the distance who wanted to bring a pot of iced cold wine that was sent from the mansion on a fast horse, but he was dismissed by the young master in brocade clothes. He smiled and asked, "Lu Su, do you think this king knows the suffering of the people?" The blind scholar twitched the corner of his mouth. If you don't mention the words "this king," then you can be considered to know the suffering of the people. The young master laughed. He did not care about such disrespectful words at all. King of Jing'an, Zhao Sun. The blind Lu Su who used to make a living by gambling chess in Yongzi Alley. Zhao Sun sighed and said worriedly, "Lu Su, regarding the matter of the Green Party, you told me to first feed the small fish, then use the long line to fatten them up. Then, use a slow fire to cook the old tortoise. I did everything according to your established strategy. These are not difficult. After all, we are all family. The Green Party is already on the verge of collapse and is destined to fall apart. They are a group of stragglers who have been chased out of the core of the imperial court. Most of them have no other choice but to rely on me. However, we are in an urgent situation right now. The Song family of the three heroes in the capital is determined to bite me. That old man Song Guanhai created the school of mind and dominated the literary world for 20 years. After my dynasty calmed down, this old man Song wrote 2 biographies, Loyal Minister and Treacherous Minister. He also compiled the complete book of 9 pavilions. Every month, on the 15th day of the month, he commented on the scholars of the world and was allowed to ride a horse in the imperial city. The young master Song Jiqiu surpassed his master and took over as the right chancellor of the imperial college. Every word of his was worth 1,000 gold. Even his majesty praised him endlessly. Now that the imperial examinations are selecting scholars, most of the scholars have no choice but to write the Song style to curry favor with the examiners. The young phoenix of the Song family, Song Kelly, also did not disgrace his family's reputation. In one fell swoop, he was ranked second and became the new yellow gatekeeper. If he is sent out to be an official for a few more years, he will immediately mix with the sand and come to our side. Song Guanhai still bears a grudge. Father humiliated him in court and called him an old man. Now, he is in the capital every day and constantly impeached me in the imperial court. Even if I heard that he is now ill and does not have many days left to live, with Song Jiqiu and Song Kelly around, it will be an almost endless battle for us. Perhaps it was because Lu Su was blind, but when he listened to others, he seemed to be particularly attentive. He had a gentle temperament and never interrupted others when they were talking. Naturally, he would not say anything extravagant. He quietly waited for the king of Jing'an to finish complaining. He did not jump to conclusions and only asked calmly, "King of Jing'an, do you know that Song Guanhai was a loyal and good official in the palace?" Zhao Sun was influenced by Lu Su. Coupled with the fact that he was not hot-tempered, he was much calmer now. He nodded and said, "Of course I know." During the spring and autumn period, Song Guanhai, who was a slave of 3 surnames, told the late emperor about the difference between a loyal official and a good official in order to clear his name. A good official is one who is not afraid of being punished by swords and axes. In order to leave his name in history, he let the emperor be cursed by history books. On the other hand, a loyal official is one who diligently assists the emperor to achieve great things. At the same time, he also gains a good reputation. His descendants pass on the torch and his fortune is boundless. Song Guanhai, that old man, of course, regarded himself as a loyal official. In the past 20 years, he has ridiculed, remonstrated, and remonstrated countless times. Even the empress has personally pleaded with the emperor on his behalf several times. Only then did he escape imprisonment. On this point, I really admire this old man Song from the bottom of my heart. The corner of Lu Su's mouth curled up into a mocking smile. He shook his head and said slowly, "It's just the long and short doctrines of a school of vertical and horizontal doctrine." Suddenly he uses Confucianism, then he turns to old man Huang, and then he worships the law. There's no integrity to speak of, so he can't be called a teacher. His Majesty once said that Teacher Song is slow and understanding, but I think it's charming. The world thinks it's a compliment, but if you look deeper, it's not a good thing. In other words, it's an argument that has a lot of leeway. After being stunned for a moment, Zhao Sun laughed happily. He clapped his hands and said, "Fresh, fresh. Lu Su, your words are very satisfying. I want to drink wine." Lu Su's state of mind was still as calm as an ancient well. He smiled faintly and said, "The last time I asked the maid to read the secret letter you sent from the capital, one of the rumors was written ambiguously. It was rumored that Song Guanhai secretly kept a copy of the memorial to the emperor. However, he has resisted the urge to hand it over to the historian. This is a person who wants to be both a loyal and a good official." Chapter 686. Zhao Sun frowned and said, "It's hard to say whether this is true or not. Even if Song Guanhai really does have the secret memorials, as long as we don't hand them over to the scribes, what can we do with them? If we bring them into the coffin one day, it's even more hopeless. This old man's Song will definitely be able to let His Majesty write the inscription on the tombstone after his death." Lu Su said calmly, "Based on Song Guanhai's character, it must be true. As for whether he will hand them over to the scribes after his death, considering the good fortune of his descendants, even if he is old and muddle-headed, his son Song Jiqiu will stop him." "But," Zhao Sun said impatiently, tell me. Lu Su, who had no intention of keeping them in suspense, paused. Zhao Sun hurriedly apologized with a smile. "I was too impatient." Lu Su said, "When people are approaching old age, especially when they know that they are still alive, some powerful people who have no foresight and no worries will often make some mistakes that can be big or small. Even if Song Jiqiu wants to patch it up, it's not watertight. We just need to wait until Song Guanhai passes away and strike while the iron is hot. We can use the spies and the Song residents to deliberately leak this information to a certain power in the capital that is hostile to the Song family. If there are no dead soldiers or spies, it's fine. Groundless rumors and slanders are just as reliable. The capital has no shortage of people who make groundless accusations. But there is one thing that is extremely important. The news must be passed quickly and reach the emperor's ears as soon as possible. We must not give the Song family the time to destroy the copies of the memorials. If they were quickly destroyed, then if they wanted to overthrow Song Guanhai, they would have to let the Prince of Jing'an's estate take the lead and instruct someone to gather 342 memorials and spread them throughout the capital. However, this way, you would inevitably be implicated, which would not be wise. We can't underestimate the intelligence of His Majesty's spies and the keen senses of those old people in the officialdom. Also, Prince Jing'an, please keep in mind that Song Guanhai is the eldest imperial prince and the fourth imperial prince's benevolent teacher. Although you've met them once in the capital and you seem to have a good impression of each other, the disadvantages far outweigh the advantages. If there was no need for King of Jing'an to personally deal with the Song clan's disaster, and if there were no traces left behind, then they could tarnish their own reputation by faking the leak of a copy of the memorial, saying that it was all because of you. This way, you can completely remove yourself from the capital's officialdom and temporarily distance yourself from the two princes. Furthermore, you don't have to worry about His Majesty becoming suspicious of you. After all, he is not an ignorant and mediocre ruler. Instead, he will only place more trust in you. This is the right path for Xiang Fan and you, the administrator." King of Jing'an, Zhao Sun, mulled over it carefully and nodded repeatedly. However, Zhao Sun immediately asked, "Can this small matter really topple the Song family?" Lu Su smelled the unique fragrance of the autumn rice paddies and a smile finally appeared on his face. When acting in the officialdom, one can't go overboard. It's the same principle as stewing old duck soup. Slowly stewing it will bring out the flavor, but if it's too long, it will lose its flavor. The Song family's scholarship is good, but as an official, they are far inferior to Grand Secretary Zhang, Chancellor Huan, and the others. Compared to West Chu's Grand Preceptor's son, they are far inferior. Also, since ancient times, the requirements for writing are great, but the requirements for getting to the point are small. Don't look down on this kind of small matter. What truly made the Song family fall from glory is precisely this kind of small matter. Officials who reach the pinnacle of glory are always accompanied by fortune and misfortune. Song Guanhai is not Su Shao, nor is he Gu Jiantang, nor is he Zhang Julu, who seems domineering and eccentric, but actually has an incomparably deep foundation. The Song family, which has only been rich for 3 generations, has lost its foundation and is frivolous. It seems that the family is full of glory, but Song Guanhai has made too many enemies, so it is very difficult for them to maintain their integrity in their later years. Song Jiqiu is the right chancellor of the Imperial College, Song Kelly's little yellow sect. Once disaster befalls them, those students who call themselves the Song sect's lackeys will mostly rush home to pick up their brushes and change sides. Not willing to hit someone when they are down can already be considered outstanding. King of Jing'an, you can choose to make a move after Song Guanhai's death, or you can make a move when Song Guanhai is seriously ill. If it's the latter, you can probably anger and scare this old man to death. Zhao Sun fell back, lying down on the ridge of the field. He crossed his legs and looked at the sky with narrowed eyes. Then what will happen to Song Jiqiu and Song Kelly? Lu Su replied, let's see how they will deal with it. They will bring a bramble and ask for punishment. Even if they don't acknowledge their father and acknowledge the imperial court, there is still hope for them to make a comeback. If filial piety is the most important thing, or even a little bit of extravagant hope of being both loyal and filial, then they will die in poverty. Zhao Sun was speechless. Lu Su was also silent. He grabbed a handful of soil. Zhao Sun suddenly sat up and asked with a smile, where did you learn all these things? Lu Su said self-deprecatingly, I was blind and had nothing to do, so I could only blindly think about some things. Zhao Sun stretched lazily. Do you think that old duck soup is really delicious? When we go back, I'll ask everyone in the residence to make 2 cups for you. Lu Su nodded and said, as long as you don't deduct my salary. Zhao Sun, who had taken note of the matter of making the soup, patted his butt and stood up. Lu Su gently put down the handful of soil in his hand and stood up as well. He said softly, that woman's background is unknown. I hope that King of Jing'an won't get too involved with her. It's fine as long as you don't fall in love with her. Zhao Sun said sternly, how dare you? Lu Su smiled but did not say anything. They were in a deadlock. Zhao Sun's expression suddenly changed. He grabbed Lu Su's arm and said sincerely, I've been waiting for you to say this. I know that in Xiang Fan, only you are sincere to me. How can Zhao Sun not know? Lu Su, I hope that in the future, when I take the wrong path, please be frank with me. I'm just a blind man who can't take the imperial examinations and can't be an official. As long as King of Jing'an is willing to tell me, I will tell you everything I know. Chapter 687. Hey, do you want to hear about the matters in bed? I, Zhao Sun, can even tell you about this. Don't listen to indecent things. Don't. Lu Su, you taught me everything. Today, I must turn the tables and tell you about the matters between men and women. Don't listen to indecent things. Other than when the old king of Jing'an and Zhao Heng were still alive, Lu Su had been transferred to various government offices to serve as minor officials. After Zhao Sun's succession was passed down, he had been living in the palace. Unexpectedly, he did not hold any official position and was only considered an advisor. However, in the palace, no one dared to neglect the most popular person in front of the vassal king. Even the head butler, who had been in charge of the palace for 2 generations, was also concerned about the blind Lu Su's well-being when he met him, fearing that he would make the slightest mistake. And Lu Su was indeed easy to talk to. Occasionally, when he was free, he would be able to get along well with the servants in the mansion. He would tell stories about the fox immortals' strange stories, help people to read their fortunes, read their palms, and write couplets. He would also grant anyone's request. He was truly an individual immortal who had no desires. No matter how petty and difficult it was to deal with someone, they would not be able to hate him. Who would be so free to make things difficult for a kind person who would not snatch anything from you but could help you at any time? Lu Su's residence was quiet and elegant. Although it was a standalone residence, the place was not very impressive. In the courtyard, other than a few maids who were in charge of cleaning and chores, there was only a personal maid called Xinghua who served this young blind man who stood aloof from worldly affairs. In the dead of night, Lu Su sat in the study and took care of Xinghua. He specially lit 2 oil lamps. As for whether or not the high-grade turpentine oil was as precious as gold, Lu Su did not care about this kind of thing. Lu Su was currently doing something he had been doing before he became blind. He mocked himself for being a dog's tail. That was to collect the 23 historical records, as well as the chronicles of the various prefectures and counties under the heavens, as well as the compilations and memorials of various generations of famous officials of various dynasties. Regardless of whether it was the national classics or the imperial decrees, or the official records of the people's secrets, he would record whatever he could get his hands on. Other than the king of Jing An's collection of books, he also asked Zhao Sun to secretly purchase them. Lu Su still did not haggle over how much money he had spent. Lu Su had the maidservant Xinghua read the text every day, and also helped to draw the outline of the geographical map. He would personally write in tiny regular script and make detailed annotations on the first draft of the book. So far, he had already completed more than 10 volumes of the book, which was placed in a bamboo basket in the corner of the study room. For the time being, the title of the book was The Spring and Autumn Prescriptions for the Cure of Diseases in the Prefectures. He intentionally demoted himself as a mediocre doctor who only knew how to treat headaches, taking the pulse and treating the diseases of the prefectures in the world. As for whether or not he could prescribe the right medicine, it would be up to the person who would read the book in the future to decide. It was not accurate to call it a military classic. It was wrong to call it a simple geographical map. Zhao Sun once came to the study room and casually flipped through the book. He had no interest in reading it. Lu Su, who only thought of writing this book as a leisure task, did not force him. Lu Su put down the brush and rested. He rotated his wrist. Xinghua asked if he wanted a shoulder rub or a back rub. Lu Su, who was still not used to being eagerly served, shook his head. Xinghua was an elite warrior of sacrifice in the Jing An palace. She was passed down from Zhao Heng to Zhao Sun. She was proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She must be even more proficient in protecting people and killing people. She could calmly face death in order to protect Lu Su. She could also kill Lu Su without batting an eyelid because of Zhao Sun's words. Lu Suan was blind, but he was well aware of it. Moreover, he would not bear any grudges against her or the king of Jing, and because of this. As the saying goes, don't suspect people if you use them. If you doubt them, don't use them. It was also said that one must always be on guard against people. Anyway, all the principles in the world had been explained. But if there were too many principles, it was as good as not saying anything. Lu Su had been studying how to carefully weigh people's hearts. In the end, he came to the conclusion that women and children all knew how to weigh the pros and cons. After thinking about it, he could only come up with a method that Lu Suan thought was stupid. It was to use the number of chess pieces to calculate the thickness of people's hearts. Lu Su listened to the subtle sound of the burning lantern and smiled. Xinghua, there are countless sounds in the world. Which one do you like the most? Xinghua looked ordinary, but her voice was crisp and pleasant. Her figure was also graceful. Because she had to read books and occasionally write for Lu Su, she sat on the chair next to him. She smiled and said, "Young master, I don't know. But if you give me some choices, I can answer. Lu Su nodded gently. After thinking for a while, he said, the sound of spring, the sound of zither, the sound of pine waves, the sound of bamboo whistling, the sound of mountain birds, the sound of banana rain, the sound of falling leaves, the sound of children reading, the sound of famous prostitutes singing, and the sound of young girls selling flowers. Xinghua covered her mouth and smiled. I will definitely choose the sound of flowers selling flowers. Lu Su laughed involuntarily. I forgot that your name is Xinghua. But let me tell you, there was a great writer in the previous dynasty who was called the Son of Poetry. His words were the same as yours. He also said that among the thousands of sounds of heaven and earth, the sound of flowers selling flowers in the deep alleys of the market was the most heartbreaking. Xinghua asked doubtfully, young master, why is that? Lu Su probably had a request in front of her, so he was not stingy with his words. I have been thinking about the reason all these years. I will tell you when I have figured it out. Xinghua was much more casual after spending so much time with Lu Su. She joked, there are also things that you don't understand. There are many. The blind scholar who was once praised by the king of Jing'an as, not inferior to Yuan Benshi, picked up his brush again and bent over the table to write the prescription. This king was Zhao Heng, not Zhao Sun. Lu Su still did not know who Yuan Benshi was that made Zhao Heng hold a grudge against him before his death. Chapter 688. Xianyuan Qingfeng handed over a wooden name thorn made from the heart of a 1,000-year-old cassia tree and was brought to Bailiang Palace by the steward. They passed through corridors and finally arrived at the pavilion in the middle of Tide Hark Lake. The young man's hair was as white as frost. He casually tied a red rope into a knot and sat on the railing near the water. He leaned against the gold-painted pillar and played with the name thorn Xianyuan Qingfeng gave to the prince's estate. Xianyuan Qingfeng stood outside the pavilion on a lotus pedestal embedded in the water. Along the way, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. Years ago, during the Lantern Festival in Wuzhou, this handsome young man was together with a perverted scoundrel. After an argument, he was chased away by her retainer like a rat across the street. At that time, Xianyuan Qingfeng only thought of him as a useless and uninteresting man from a poor family. He was uneducated and had no hope of passing the imperial examinations. He could only rely on his looks to trick some pretty girls from small families. Afterwards, when he occasionally thought of that farce, he only guessed that his mother must be a great beauty capable of causing the downfall of a country to be able to give birth to such a good-looking son. Who would have thought that after reuniting with him at Mount Hui, he would suddenly become the infamous heir of the Northern Liang Empire, leading 100 armored soldiers into the Longhu Empire? It could be said that it was because of him that she was able to become the owner of the Bull Gang. However, Xianyuan Qingfeng still couldn't connect him to the man who was about to become the king of Bailiang. It wasn't until she personally stepped into the prince's estate on Mount Qingliang that she gradually understood that Su Fingnian would become the second prince of Liang dynasty after Su Shao. Su Fingnian rubbed the name thorn made from the heart of a cassia tree and smiled at the woman who came all the way from Jianzhou to the northwest of the dynasty. There were many 1,000-year-old cassias on Mount Fengyao, but they gradually died in the past 100 years. The last Tangue was no exception. Thus, Mount Hui's cassia wine became a masterpiece. Su Fingnian waved his hand and asked softly, other than the 100-odd secret manuals, did you bring cassia wine? Xianyuan Qingfeng walked into the pavilion and chose a seat furthest away from him. He looked straight ahead and calmly said, there isn't much left in Mount Hui, but if you want a drink, I'll bring you a jar next time. Su Fingnian placed his nameplate on his knees. His face showed signs of fatigue. He closed his eyes to rest. He didn't seem to be a good host. Xianyuan Qingfeng didn't complain at all. In her opinion, as long as he was Butcher's eldest son, he had the right to be arrogant. She asked calmly, I've always heard that Bailiang Palace's security is loose on the outside but tight on the inside. They're treating the Jianghu assassin as a fat fish to be hooked. Why is your highness willing to let me enter the pavilion? Aren't you afraid that I'm also an assassin? Su Fengnian snapped his fingers. He leapt out of the lake in a red robe and over the roof of the pavilion before plunging back into the lake. It was a beautiful scene, like a red carp jumping over a dragon's gate. Apart from the otherworldly item in the red robe that had a habit of staying in the lake, a servant girl slowly walked over with a tray filled with bait for viewing. Su Fengnian waved his hand, indicating that he should pass it to Xianyuan Qingfeng. Su Fengnian opened his eyes and sat back on the satin bench. I've heard about the commotion at Mount Hui. But even if your cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, it won't be easy for you to kill me if I let you sit side by side with me. Xianyuan Qingfeng sneered. Beiliang Palace really doesn't lack experts. Su Fengnian glanced at the otherworldly item that was playing leisurely in the tide-listening lake and said with a smile, this celestial state expert was exchanged with my life and fortune. You get what you pay for. Xianyuan Qingfeng, don't be so sarcastic. Xianyuan Qingfeng didn't throw the bait into the lake. I wouldn't dare, he said expressionlessly. Su Fengnian didn't care about this matter and asked, you want me to support you to become the leader of the southern Jianghu with only 100 or so manuals? Don't you think you're being a bit greedy? You're not my wife either. Why would I do such a bad deal? Xianyuan Qingfeng grabbed a handful of bait from the green-glazed peony tray. He wasn't in a hurry to throw it into the lake to enjoy the scene of tens of thousands of carps rolling in the water. I can help you in your hour of need, he said slowly. Su Fengnian stretched out his hand. Xianyuan Qingfeng said, there's no lack of people in Mount Hui who are eager for success and have real talent. Hong Yu is one of them. These boorish men of Jianghu don't lack skill or ambition. What they lack is a path. As long as Beiliang is willing to accept them and lure them with enough bait, they'll be willing to take the bait. But there's one thing I have to tell you, Xianyuan Qingfeng. They'll enter Beiliang to seek positions and wealth, but they won't be willing to put their lives on the line. If you want them to fight on the border after entering the Beiliang army, they'll definitely refuse. But if you want them to become a 6th or 7th rank military officer in Beiliang, as long as it's an official's hat, they'll be willing to do 80 to 90% of their work for you. Su Fengnian sneered, Xianyuan Qingfeng, is your official's hat a cabbage from a roadside stall? Xianyuan Qingfeng threw a handful of bait into the lake and said calmly, everyone knows that Qin Jibao entered Shu and was conferred the title of king. Most of this war saint's trusted subordinates have also resigned and gone to Shu. There's also a large number of 6th or 7th rank military officers who are itching to make a move. When the time comes, why don't you give these newly vacated seats to anyone? It's better to do them a favor at no cost. The people I'll give you are all young, but they've been famous for a long time. Give them 1 or 2 years and they'll be able to convince the masses. Although I, Xianyuan Qingfeng, have never been an official, I do know a little about the art of managing people. A new emperor brings in new courtiers. If you want to be the king of Beiliang, you'll need some of your own people, even if they're a little mixed up. Su Fengnian smiled. With your little skill, you only know a little about the art of managing people. It can't be called the art of managing people. It's the same as riding a sword. Chapter 689. Xianyuan Qingfeng didn't retort, but poured the entire tray of bait into the lake with a cold expression. The koi fish splashed into the water, creating a clamor. Su Fengnian waited for the lake to calm down before saying helplessly, when will you change this bad temper of yours? When Hua and I first met you, although we couldn't control our mouths and flirted with you and were in the wrong first, how many noble ladies would be so calculative as you? Now that you've become the head of the Huishan clan and want to unify the Jianghu, with your terrible temperament, even if you become a top-notch expert in martial arts, you're destined to be alone. Of all the people I could nurture, why did I have to nurture you? You're destined to draw water with a bamboo basket, wasting not only money but also energy. It's true that we wouldn't have known each other if we hadn't fought, but when we sit down to do business, we have to pay attention to the rules of doing business. Xianyuan Qingfeng stared at Su Fengnian, his eyes cold. Su Fengnian, it's not your turn to lecture me. Su Fengnian, who hadn't rested much since arriving at the prince's estate, leaned against the pillar again and said softly, I treat you as half a friend, that's why I'm nagging you with these unflattering words. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Xianyuan Qingfeng sneered. Can't you be frank with me? Su Fengnian gently clapped his hands and smiled. All right then. Since you have a favor to ask of me this time, I'll be frank with you. I have a friend who's fighting Han Diaoxi in the western regions. It's been a while now, and the prince's estate has sent a few loyalists over to help, but they haven't been very effective. Now that your cultivation has skyrocketed, why don't you go and warm up? Just treat it as a dangerous martial arts practice. Oh right, Xianyuan Qingfeng, do you have a man you like? If not, that's good. That friend of mine is the #1 beauty in the world, Nangong Push. The #2 beauty, Qinyu, is rated as not inferior to Nangong. That's Nangong. I'm used to calling him White Fox Face, but remember not to call him that. You'll get beaten up. Assassinating the world's premier eunuch, Han Diaoxi, can also be considered as a proof of your allegiance to the Bailiang. Only when there is no way out can I rest assured and trust you, the head of the Huishan clan, who is thousands of miles away. Xianyuan Qingfeng sneered. This is your imperial person technique. It really can't be said to be perfect. Su Fengnian shook his head and said, I'm the same as you. I only know how to control people. We're both newborn calves in the officialdom. Xianyuan Qingfeng glanced at the crown prince's snow-white hair and asked with a smile, Su Fengnian, what happened? Su Fengnian stroked his hair and said calmly, to put it nicely, I'm at the pseudo-finger profound realm. To put it bluntly, I'm sure you can tell that even if I'm fully recovered, my cultivation base won't even be at the second rank. However, in the blink of an eye, I was able to use pseudo-heavenly phenomenon to control swords. Therefore, you don't have to pity me. If you want to pity me, you should at least wait until you've truly entered the perfected finger profound realm. This woman's temper was truly terrible. She couldn't even be bothered to hide her schadenfreude and laughed loudly. Pseudo-finger profound realm and pseudo-heavenly phenomenon. It only sounds frightening. Su Fengnian, then won't you be at the Vajra realm for the rest of your life? I really want to take pity on you. Su Fengnian looked at this smiling face and laughed as well. Like I said, you look better when you're smiling. Xianyuan Qingfeng didn't deliberately hold back his smile and laughed wantonly. I'm really happy to see you in such a miserable state. Su Fengnian threw the nameplate back to Xianyuan Qingfeng. Although we're not familiar with each other, we're not strangers to the point where you need to hand over your nameplate to visit my house. In the future, if you come here again, you don't need to go through the front door. You can even climb over the wall to enter. As long as the good news I want from the western regions comes, I guarantee that your Mount Hui won't lack money or people. Xianyuan Qingfeng took the nameplate and placed it on the blue and white plate. Suddenly, his smile disappeared and he asked seriously, Su Fengnian, are you saying that a dying man's words are kind? Su Fengnian laughed and scolded, bullshit, Xianyuan Qingfeng. Can't you say something nice that doesn't sting people? Xianyuan Qingfeng said, when do you want me to go to the western regions to kill Han Diaoxi? Su Fengnian stood up and waved his hand toward the shore. Immediately, a young man with a huge iron bow on his back ran over. Su Fengnian pointed at the young kamikaze, Wu, who he had brought back from Beimang to the prince's mansion. He smiled at Xianyuan Qingfeng. This child's nickname is Yi. He'll take you out of Bailiang. There will be people from the western regions to meet you. The robust young man said softly, young master, next time when you introduce me, can you not say, Yi? My name is Wu. Su Fengnian slapped him on the head. You little idiot. Didn't you always say that you want to be the most outstanding kamikaze? Don't you think it's embarrassing to tell everyone your name and identity? The young man was stunned. He scratched his head and grinned. That's true. Su Fengnian smiled. Go. Take this ant to the western regions. Xianyuan Qingfeng silently took a deep breath. The young man agreed and turned to leave. From time to time, he would steal a few glances at the woman beside him. Ant? How old would he be? Almost 30. Could it be that she took good care of herself? Su Fengnian said behind Xianyuan Qingfeng, I'll make arrangements for Hong Yuang's whereabouts. Xianyuan Qingfeng turned around and smiled. You're such a good nephew. Su Fengnian laughed it off. What a woman who refused to be taken advantage of. After laughing, Su Fengnian walked to the courtyard where his second sister, Su Weisheng, was staying. The smell of medicine filled the air. He sat down at the head of the bed. She was still unconscious. For the past few days, Su Fengnian had been staying in the room. Other than washing up carelessly and changing into clean clothes, he hadn't slept much. The color of his clothes had gradually faded, revealing his white hair. He found it troublesome to dye it, so he had Bluebird wash up and give up. Su Fengnian gently held her hand. The room was silent. The fire was big and smokeless, and the water was smooth and soundless. People's feelings were so bitter that they were speechless. Chapter 690. Beiliang was in turmoil. The news that Chen Jibao had entered Shu and was about to be made king had spread throughout the world. He was probably going to become the second king of Liang before Su Fengnian, the hereditary king of Beiliang. A simple and elegant carriage slowly stopped in front of the Chu manor. The gatekeeper, who was leaning against the side door and eating melon seeds, was a little stunned. The coachman was a young woman in green. She thought that the master of this manor was really not afraid of sending a servant girl into a tiger's den. However, when the gatekeeper saw the people coming down from the carriage, he was so scared that he kept quiet out of fear. His lips trembled as he threw down a handful of melon seeds and staggered out of the door. The first to come down was a white-haired man. He wore a white base and a black robe. He did not have much of an air of nobility, but his face was enough to make the gatekeeper nervous. In Beiliang, only this young master could keep his master in check. Behind him was the second son of the great general, Su Longxiang, the handsome Yuan Zuozong, and the tall and sturdy Qi Danghua. The four of them were all prominent figures who could not possibly visit the Chu manor. Now that they had gathered together, could it be that they had come to raid the manor? The gatekeeper hurriedly spat a few times. General Chu's loyalty was clear. No matter who they raided, they would not be able to get here. Seeing the rare guest at the front, His Royal Highness Su Fengnian, the quick-witted gatekeeper knelt down without another word. Just as he was about to muster enough energy to shout and make his master proud, Su Fengnian had already laughed and said, "That's enough. Stand up and lead the way." The group had just sat down in the main hall of the Chu manor when they felt the ground shake. Chu Lushan, dressed in loose casual clothes, stepped over the threshold and rolled into the hall. A lump of fat knelt at Su Fengnian's feet. "Lu Qiu has finally brought your highness to my humble abode. Your presence brings light to my humble abode. When I return, I will burn more incense for my ancestors." Su Fengnian kicked him. "Humble abode. I don't think it's any worse than Beiliang Palace. Today, I've brought second brother Yuan and General Qi to your place to drink. Don't talk nonsense. Let's find a quiet place that isn't so tacky." With great difficulty, Chu Lushan staggered to his feet. He turned his head and gave the old steward of the residence a fierce look. Then, he turned his head and gave a fawning smile. A pair of soft and boneless white and chubby hands pulled on Su Fengnian's arm. "There are good places to drink and drink tea. Later, if your highness is dissatisfied, Lushan can cut off 2 caddies of meat to drink. Su Fengnian said sarcastically, you're so fat, yet you're shameless enough to serve as food. The rest of us can't even eat. Chu Lushan said embarrassedly, it's Lushan's fault for not being able to grow a body that's fat and thin enough to go well with the wine. They arrived at a bamboo house. The purple bamboo was sparse and not dense enough to make one feel desolate. The small pond was deep and green. Sunlight shone through the gaps between the bamboo leaves. Beside the pond, there was actually a wild turtle the size of a palm dragging its family along to bask in the sun. When it heard the sound of footsteps, it slithered into the green pond. The small pond house was large and the lighting was ingenious. When they pushed open the door and entered, it appeared quiet and spacious. There wasn't the slightest sense of uneasiness. There was even a guqin with speckled patterns placed in the bamboo house. Sitting here, regardless of whether it was drinking or drinking tea, it could be said that the scenery and tea complemented each other. Su Fengnian glanced at the guqin. Outsiders didn't know the talent of Chu Lushan, but he knew the inside story. Chu Lushan was good at music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and poetry. It was a pity that he didn't have the appearance of a famous scholar. After sitting by the window, Chu Lushan poured 2 cups of wine for Su Fengnian and Qi Danghua. Holding the wine pot, he asked Yuan Zuozong with a smile, since you don't mind my dirty hands and the smell of wine, I'll be bold enough to pour a cup for you. Yuan Zuozong raised his eyelids. Chu Lushan took the opportunity to pour a cup of wine. Qi Danghua had a good relationship with Chu Lushan. Among the 6 adopted sons, he was the most popular one. He and the other 5 adopted sons of the same generation often visited each other's homes. A little girl from the Chu family was born a few years ago. She even recognized him as her adoptive father. The only thing he didn't do was to betroth the 2 children to each other. Chu Lushan often beat and scolded his other sons as if they were adopted. Only this little girl was doted on. He despised Qi Danghua's youngest son for having a coarse appearance. This made Qi Danghua ask Chu Lushan why his son was ugly every time they met in the past 2 years. Su Fengnian took a sip of wine and looked around. Among the 3, White Bear Yuan Zuozong had the highest military rank. He was a 2nd-grade Jinan general, which was a real high position and power. In the Beiliang army, he was only half a grade lower than Qin Jibao, the governor of Beiliang. Yuan Zuozong was currently the deputy general of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Chu Lushan was a primary 3rd-rank 1,000-bull dragon marshal general, but he did not have any actual military power. Qi Danghua was even worse. He was just a Zhichong chaplain with a very small official hat. However, in every large-scale battle, he was responsible for carrying the flag. Because Beiliang was under the control of the military and the government, and because Su Shao was once a 1st-grade pillar state and a 1st-grade agile cavalry general, and because the emperor was far away, the civil officials had the same rank as the Liang dynasty. Most of the generals could be 1 grade or half a grade higher. The imperial court also pretended not to see this. Even Grand Secretary Zhang Julu had said that Beiliang should be like this. Today, Beiliang didn't have a special civil official system. Just the generals who were 7th grade and above, not to mention the officials who had withdrawn from the border, still numbered as many as 80 people. Most of these people who supported Beiliang's 300,000-strong cavalry hadn't seen Su Fengnian with their own eyes. Su Fengnian finished a cup of wine. While Chu Lushan was pouring wine, he asked, Lu Qiuer, who do you think will be the governor of Beiliang? Chu Lushan said without hesitation, General Yuan. If it weren't for Zhong Hongwu, the cavalry commander, and Yan Wenluan, the infantry commander, they would have the qualifications and ability. But to be honest, General Zhong has a big prejudice against His Highness, and he has a complicated relationship with Qin Jibao. It's not suitable for him to be the 2nd-grade governor. As for Yan Wenluan, he seems to be impartial and has a gap with Qin Jibao. But the old general has a gloomy temper and is more difficult to deal with than Zhong Hongwu. I've been watching him for more than 10 years, but I haven't heard him say anything bad about His Highness. On the contrary, it's not reassuring. In the end, General Yuan should be the governor of the two provinces. It's reasonable in all aspects. Why are you staring at me? I said this in front of His Highness and you, Yuan Zhuozong. It's the same in front of my adoptive father. Believe it or not. You don't appreciate my good words. You're hard to please. Yuan Zhuozong smiled and lowered his head to drink. Huang Manor had been squatting beside the zither in a daze. Su Fengnian said calmly, Lu Qiuer, give me a list of names. I'll promote 1 or 2 ranks as appropriate. If it's really necessary, it's okay to skip 3 ranks. Chu Lushan took out a stack of paper from his sleeve and handed it to Su Fengnian with a smile. Yuan Zhuozong frowned and coldly stared at Chu Lushan, who could predict the future. Su Fengnian smiled and spread out 3 pieces of paper on the table. There were more than 60 people on the paper. In addition to the names, there were concise military resumes. The advantages and disadvantages were clear at a glance. The writing was Chu Lushan's unique semi-cursive. It was dangerous but not strange. It was natural and unrestrained. Su Fengnian read it all and pushed it to Yuan Zhuozong. After reading it carefully, Yuan Zhuozong's eyebrows slightly relaxed. There were more than 10 people on the paper who could be classified as Chu Lushan's direct subordinates. But most of them were the frustrated middle and lower-level captains in the Beiliang army. What they had in common was that they were young and good at fighting. They were full of vigor without any lethargy. Su Fengnian asked with a smile, Lu Qiuer, don't you have any scruples? Won't you take it out later? Chapter 691. Sitting like a small hill, Chu Lushan chuckled and said, there's no need for that. The general is my adoptive father who was willing to die for me. Needless to say, Your Highness is the master that I, Chu Lushan, am willing to submit to. It's pretentious to hide these things from you. By the way, there's one more thing that has been stuck in my throat for many years. I have to get it out today. If I'm wrong, please don't take offense. Su Fengnian nodded and said, let's hear it. Chu Lushan sat upright and said, there are nearly 1,000 civil officials in Beiliang who can be called high-ranking officials, but they're all a mess. Most of them retired from the Beiliang army. They're good at leading soldiers, but they're just laymen when it comes to governing and pacifying the people. There are only a few of them who don't disturb the people. They're all honest and good officials whom the people are grateful for. Most of these people have a lot of bad temper that is a good habit in the army. They're protective of their children and help their relatives instead of reason. They're rude and unreasonable when governing their families, not to mention being awe-inspiring officials. Fortunately, the people of Beiliang are used to suffering and are afraid of being poor. Otherwise, if they were placed in any place in the Liang dynasty, they would probably start an uprising. Moreover, officials protecting each other has become an incurable disease. Those old generals who are idle at home can find a big brothel and drink casually, and you can meet a few of them. As for the sons of generals behind them, it's fine if they dare to join the army. Most of them can be considered promising. As for those who stay at home, 9 out of 10 of them are domineering playboys who have no regard for law and discipline. Their only ability is to harm the people in the village. Madhif *Ker, Yuan, are you addicted to staring at me? How can I say this to my adoptive father? Do you really think that my adoptive father can't see this kind of situation? It's not easy for him to do it. They're all old brothers who have been fighting with him for decades. Let's not talk about anything else. I, Lu Qiuer, will tell you about the Meng family in Lingzhou 2 years ago. Old General Meng and his 2 sons died beside you at the concubine's tomb. Do you remember? In the end, his only grandson grew up, stole someone else's wife, and hired a hitman to kill an entire family of more than 40 people. But what could foster father do? With a crack, the incense of old General Meng was cut off just like that. How many bastards have tried to test foster father's bottom line over the past 10 to 20 years? Yuan Zuozong snorted. For the first time, Chu Lushan said in a flustered and exasperated manner, the Confucian school of benevolence and righteousness has always placed the word benevolence before the word righteousness. If you're not righteous, you're just not a subject. If you're not benevolent, you're not even human. In today's world, if things were done according to legalism, it would be even more chaotic. In the past 1,000 years since Sage Zhang, for a whole 1,000 years, Confucians and scholars have been trying to find a balance between the two opposing concepts of benevolence and righteousness. Do you really think it's a simple matter? It's not easy to seize the world on horseback, but is it easy to defend the world under horseback? After saying this, Chu Lushan quickly wiped the sweat on his forehead with his sleeve and slapped himself a few times. He said in a low voice, "I've forgotten myself. I should slap myself." Su Fingnian gently changed the topic and said with a smile, "Let's get to the point. This time, I'm here to tell you, Lu Qiu, to let the people like Wei Fuqing go. Don't make things difficult for them." Su Fingnian paused and said flatly, "Also, Su Shao promised me to let you be the governor of Beiliang." Chu Lushan fell back and the whole bamboo house shook a few times. The fat man sat on the ground with his eyes blank and forgot to stand up. In fact, it was the first time for Yuan Zuozong and Qi Danghua to hear this shocking news. Yuan Zuozong didn't move and looked calm. The latter opened his mouth wide and couldn't say a word. Su Fingnian didn't look at Chu Lushan and said to the other two, "Brother Yuan, General Zhong Hongwu will definitely resign in a fit of anger. At that time, you can take over. General Qi, you will take over the 6,000 Iron Futu cavalry and Wei Fuqing's crossbow cavalry. Ning Amei will be your deputy. If you think it's too little, I can give you more. If you think it's too much, I won't care." Yuan Zuozong put down the wine cup and said, "I won't refuse." Qi Danghua rubbed his cheeks hard, "Your Highness, can I do it?" Su Fingnian joked, "You can't let me be a general, right?" Chu Lushan got up with a sad face. When he was about to speak, he saw His Royal Highness waving at the window. Not long after, a beautiful woman holding a little girl timidly stood at the door. Chu Lushan ran over and slapped her face, "You blind thing, who let you disturb His Highness's drinking?" The child in the young woman's arms cried loudly. Chu Lushan held her in his arms and comforted her softly. The woman's mouth was bleeding, but she still endured the pain and gracefully bowed to everyone in the room. Yuan Zuozong and Qi Danghua didn't find it strange. They didn't get up or return the bow. Only Su Fingnian walked to the door and smiled, "Greetings, sister-in-law." The woman with the beautiful face was uneasy. She was only a concubine of the Chu mansion. How could His Royal Highness call her sister-in-law? She didn't know how to deal with it. Chu Lushan coldly said with disgust, "Go back." The woman bowed again and slowly left. Su Fingnian didn't look at her and just stared at the little girl. He reached out to pinch her cheeks, but she dodged. He had to withdraw his hand helplessly. "Lu Qiu, your daughter looks like her sister-in-law. No wonder you don't want to be betrothed to General Qi." "Little girl, how old are you?" The little girl with tears on her face pouted and didn't speak. She was sulking. Chu Lushan had to smile and said, "She's only 3 years old. She speaks much later than other children. But the first word she says is father. I'm so happy. She can walk for half a year, but she likes to stick to people." Chu Lushan rubbed his daughter's rosy cheeks and said with a smile, "Come, call His Highness Crown Prince father." Su Fingnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry and scolded, "Get out of here." The little girl wasn't very sensible, but she already knew how to protect her own. She puffed up her cheeks at the big bad guy who spoke so fiercely to her father. She didn't breathe in or out, but her little face soon turned red. Chu Lushan laughed. This is her trump card. I don't know where she learned it from. I can't do anything about it every time. Su Fingnian was also amused. Let her rest for a while. Be careful that she doesn't pass out. Chu Lushan quickly kissed his daughter's forehead. Chongqing, Chongqing, be good. Father will give you beautiful clothes later. Don't be angry. The little girl raised her head and smiled brightly at her father. Then, she turned to look at Su Fingnian and began to puff up her cheeks to hold her breath. However, she couldn't stand being tickled by Chu Lushan and soon broke down. She could only hide in his arms and not look at Su Fingnian. Su Fingnian held his belly and laughed. Oh, are you blaming me for not giving you a greeting gift? Little Chongqing, do you know that I gave your father a second-rank Bailiang protector? Do you think this gift is not enough? Well, I'll say it here today. If I have a son in the future, I'll let you be my daughter-in-law. Chu Lushan said with ecstasy, Your Highness, Lu Qiu, is serious. Su Fingnian nodded, You are serious. But the premise is that your daughter doesn't change 18 times. Chu Lushan said excitedly, Don't worry, my Chongqing takes after her mother. She won't be ugly in the future. Chu Lushan turned his head and said, Yuan Zuozong, Qi Dangua, you two have to testify for me. If His Highness goes back on his words in the future, I'll have to rely on you two to speak for me. Yuan Zuozong got up and said, It depends on my mood. Qi Dangua laughed heroically. He only felt comfortable all over. The green and wine on the table was not enough to drink. Su Fingnian made a face at his little daughter who secretly glanced at him. Then, he said to Chu Lushan, You don't have to see me off. Watching the four people walk on the bluestone path that he had carefully piled up with his own hands, Chu Lushan waited until their figures gradually disappeared from his sight. Then, he carried his daughter to the pool and sat down. The little girl called out to her father. Chu Lushan came back to his senses and said with a smile, Little Chongqing, it depends on whether you have the life to be the empress in the future. Chapter 692. As expected, Huaihua's great general Zhong Hongwu went to the Prince of Northern Liang's residence and directly scolded Su Shao. Su Fingnian had not even become the Prince of Northern Liang yet, but he was already selling his position. If he did not take back those military orders that promoted people who were not even fully grown yet, he would dismount from his horse and take off his armor. He wanted to be a farmer who took care of the fields. The king of Bailiang only avoided the topic and talked about the exciting battles they had fought side by side in the past. In a fit of anger, the commander of the Bailiang cavalry, Zhong Hongwu, threw down his general's helmet in the hall and headed straight for the Lingzhou mansion, closing the door and refusing to see any guests. At that time, Su Fingnian just happened to step into Lingzhou and visit the administrator's mansion. Li Gongda, who was already a high-ranking official, saw the young, white-haired man in the study and was dumbfounded. Then, tears flowed from the bottom of his heart. Probably because he loved the house and its crow, this administrator placed great importance on His Royal Highness. It was not just because of Su Fingnian's special status. Li Gongda naturally considered himself half an elder and half an official. The two statuses did not oppose each other. At this time, seeing Su Fingnian, he could only tightly hold Su Fingnian's arm and cry silently. Sir Li knew that crying like a woman was inappropriate and quickly wiped away the tears on his face. He called for Su Fingnian to sit down and drink tea. When Li Gongda raised his cup and saw the porcelain cup in his hand, his face felt hot. Although it was a small teacup that only weighed a few taels, it was the best ice cup in the Longquan kiln. In the heat of the summer, even if boiling hot water was poured into the cup, it would cool down in an instant. It was very magical. In the past, when Su Fingnian had not visited the Li estate, Sir Li had welcomed him and sent him off calmly. He had even felt that he was extravagant and had the style of a tycoon. Today, however, was somewhat inappropriate. Fortunately, Su Fengnian did not seem to have any doubts. After drinking the tea, he asked about Li Hanlon's military exploits and his aunt's health, and then prepared to leave. How could Li Gongda let him go? In every possible way, he insisted on having His Royal Highness eat a welcoming banquet at the estate. Unfortunately, Su Fengnian insisted on hurrying back to Liangzhou. Li Gongda could only awkwardly drop the subject. Before leaving, Su Fengnian left behind a golden yellow stone square. Li Gongda had long trained a pair of discerning eyes. With great difficulty, he restrained himself from eating it and placed it back on the table. He did not truly love it too much to part with it. After seeing him out of the study, Li Gongda accompanied Su Fengnian to the Yi sect. Coincidentally, they ran into Li Fujian, who was returning to the estate. Meeting in a narrow corridor, the old fox's administrator did not even care about his face. Using the excuse of having a stomachache, he turned and left. He had his daughter send His Royal Highness off on his behalf. On this trip, Su Fengnian's coachman was Blue Bird. In secret, there was an otherworldly item, the Danning. On the surface, the only person that could be brought into the estate was the scholar Chen Shiliang. When he met Li Gongda, he only said that he was a scholar from Liangzhou who was not part of the mainstream. Li Gongda, however, wished that he could memorize all 18 generations of Chen Shiliang's ancestors in his mind. Who knew if this scholar in humble attire would become a county chief tomorrow, and then the governor of Lingzhou the day after? Chen Shiliang saw that the atmosphere in the corridor was awkward. Without revealing anything, he took a few steps back. Clasping his hands behind his back, he sized up the precious inscriptions in the corridor. He distanced himself from Su Fengnian and the cool and elegant woman. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "I won't trouble you to see me off. I know the way." Suppressing the shock of their first meeting, Li Fujian silently turned around and led the way in front. However, she did not speak the entire time. When they arrived at the Yi sect that was too late to open when they left, Su Fengnian thanked her with a warm face and a cold butt. He then led Chen Shiliang down the steps and into the carriage. Li Fujian did not cross the threshold to see them off. She watched as the Yi sect slowly closed. In reality, Li Gongda was standing not far behind his daughter. In a quiet voice, he said, "Fujian, in the past, I purposely brought you to the prince's manor because I wanted you to be close to him. This time, I want you to see him off." That's not the case. Father and daughter slowly walked back into the inner courtyard. Li Gongda slowly said, "There are many confidential inside stories that even a decorative administrator like me cannot come into contact with. However, since even Beiliang Protector General was forced to go to Western Shu, I think this man you look down on is not as you think, a crooked tree that can't be supported. You are just like your mother. You can't even pick a man. Back then, your mother refused to marry me no matter what. She secretly admired a talented scholar and said that I would only be a minor official for the rest of my life. If she married me, she would suffer for the rest of her life. If it weren't for your father, who took advantage of his mother-in-law's growing fondness for her son-in-law and practically tied your mother to a sedan chair, you and the Hanlon Academy would not exist in this world." Looking back at that talented scholar, he clearly had a family background much better than your father's. Even today, in Lingzhou, he is only a county magistrate in a remote village. He has been ostracized in the officialdom. All he can do is return home and vent his anger at his wife. This is because your father did not make things difficult for him. Every day, he would drink and go crazy, saying that he was born in the wrong era and that his ambitions had not been realized. When I was the magistrate of Lingzhou, that fellow had angered the son of a general in the same county and had almost lost his position as the county magistrate. He was already at the age where he knew his destiny, yet he still shamelessly gave me money, calligraphy, paintings, and famous inkstones. As for father, I accepted all of them. If I didn't accept them, I was afraid that he would go bankrupt and jump into the river to commit suicide. Later on, during the county's evaluation, I helped him write 16 words. His character was upright, honest, and self-disciplined. He had no grievances in prison, and he was selfless in court. Only then did he keep his position as county magistrate. After that, your father returned everything to him. Your mother has always been kept in the dark about this matter. You can just treat it as a joke. The reason why I'm telling you this is to let you know that a moment of glory and disgrace is nothing. Looking at a man is the same as looking at jade. In the Book of Rites, there is Yundague who does not cut out the finest quality. He is like a fine jade, without a single strand covering the flower. Some men are just like a green jade. Outsiders may think that the color is alright, but the quality and quality are very poor. Fu Zhen, don't be in a hurry to defend that fellow that you like. Your father said that he would not break up a couple, so he will keep his promise. These past few years, I have been paving the way for him. Due to his poor family tree, your father helped him enter the ranks. He went from a poor scholar to a noble family. Even if he did not pass the exam, it is fine. Your father helped him go from an official to an official. But look at him. Other than wanting to stick to you all day long and saying words of love that don't cost him money, has he ever spent any effort on currying favor with the officialdom? Yes, you might say that it is because he has a noble character and does not want to wallow in the mire. But did he write a few poems that are popular among the people or something? Or did he work hard to bring benefits to the people? For an official like him, if he does not fight, his spine will not be straight. You are not charming, and your knees are not too bent, but aren't you a little too comfortable? He clearly knows that your father will not starve him to death, so he took out his salary to buy you a few exquisite gifts. Does that mean that he cares about you? Fu Zhen, your father is not a pedantic noble family descendant. Today's official position was snatched from others step by step. Your father is stingy and shrewd to everyone, but I am not stingy to you and Hanlon at all. Of all the people you can be angry with, you had to be angry with your father. When has your father ever been wrong about whether someone is good or bad? Of all the people you can listen to, you had to listen to your mother, who is blind. She said that person is good at understanding others, but in your father's eyes, he is just a sweet talker who knows how to coax people. Women are just easily swayed. They can't be counted accurately. Li Fuzhen's eyes were red as she choked and said, after all is said and done, Su Fengnian is also not a good person. When has he ever said any sweet words to women? I don't care if he is a loser or just pretending to be crazy. Li Gongda said calmly, when you met today, your father deliberately let you be alone. Did he say a single word to you? Li Fuzhen wanted to say something but stopped. Li Gongda calmly asked, did he look at you? Li Fuzhen angrily said, I did not look at him. How do I know if he looked at me or not? Li Gongda smiled and said, oh. Then he slowly walked away from the fork in the road. Li Fuzhen stood in the same spot and was out of her wits. She was all alone. In the carriage far away from the governor's mansion, Chen Shiliang, who was born as a poor scholar, talked about politics as if he was making a joke. Beiliang province has 3 provinces, Liangyu province and Ling province. Liangyu province and Liangyu province are important places at the border and border with Beimang. Only Lingzhou province is relatively fertile. It is a place with more oil and water than Liangyu province. It forms the structure of Beiliang's general in the north and officials in the south. For the same yamen, the number of officials in Lingzhou province is usually twice or even 3 times that of the other 2 provinces. It is like the backyard of Beiliang's army when they retire. The children of the officials who are not working in the army also have to come to the various yamens in Lingzhou to get a share of the pie. When the father steps down, the son will take the position, and the grandson will take the position to fish in oil and water. It would be strange if there were not many people. This makes Lingzhou's yamen especially mountainous and intertwined. In Bailiang's officialdom, it is joked that if you can be a stable official in Lingzhou, you can also be promoted 2 ranks in other provinces and have your butt firmly rooted in your seat. There are benefits for those at the top and there are benefits for those at the bottom. Using Li Gongda as the governor has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that Bailiang's tax collection is not a problem, but this is just a way to reduce expenditure. It is nothing more than taking 2 or 3 of the 10 copper coins that go into the Bailiang's private pockets and giving it to the Bailiang army. Furthermore, Li Gongda is not the kind of good official who can get more money. Bailiang's salt and iron are huge profits, and the government has always been unable to make a profit. Furthermore, there are many powerful families of generals who take the initiative to seal and seize the profits. Write a detailed report about the salt and iron official camp for me. Su Fengnian nodded. Chen Shiliang gladly accepted the order. Su Fengnian saw that he seemed to have something to say, so he laughed and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. If you want to rebel, there is no harm." Chen Shiliang said softly, "Li Gongda's official position is high enough, standard 2nd rank. He is greedy enough. Other than the prince's mansion, he is Bailiang's richest merchant. The most important thing is that he has a good relationship with your Su family. He is the most suitable person to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. He can guarantee peace in Bailiang's officialdom for 10 years. Chapter 693. Su Fengnian shook his head and said, 10 years. Impossible, it's hard to say even 5 years. The fallen emperor of southern Tang wanted to be the master of resurgence. He even used the method of skinning the corrupt officials, but the results were still minimal. Of course, this is also related to southern Tang's long history of corruption. Also, it's definitely not a good thing to give a seriously ill patient too strong medicine. I can't overdo some of the unwritten rules that Su Shao has accumulated. Of course, your method is useful, but... Halfway through his speech, Su Fengnian stopped talking. Like a magic trick, he took out a yellow seal that was the same as the one he gave to Li Gongda. The texture was warm and delicate. A flying sword flew out of his sleeve. The blade moved swiftly, carving 5 characters on each side of the seal. He then threw it to Chen Shiliang and said with a smile, "For you." A good man multiplies his negative, sitting steadily in peace. Collecting a daughter at home, becoming an official and a minister. Chen Shiliang slowly turned it around and looked at it carefully before carefully putting it in his sleeve. He didn't express any gratitude. Su Fengnian asked, "I heard that you've recently been searching for the history of the upheaval of all the noble families in the late spring and autumn period?" Chen Shiliang nodded and said, "Using history as a mirror, one can know the rise and fall. Your Highness also knows that I was born a poor scholar and was shy of money, so I developed the bad habit of treating books as my life. I'm also very curious about how these deep-rooted noble families were described in the history books with tens, hundreds, and thousands of words to describe their extreme nobility and extreme decline." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Reading more is always a good thing." Chen Shiliang smiled playfully. Su Fengnian stared and said, "I've read a lot of books, aren't banned books?" Chen Shiliang didn't expose him and asked, "Where are we going next?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "We're going to Lingzhou's Dragon Eye County to see some old friends. Last time, we didn't get along very well. However, it was not necessary for them to meet. The main thing was that Dragon Eye County was still the place where old General Zhong Hongwu had retired to. Let's see if I can add fuel to the fire." Besides, Su Beiji was serving as a military advisor in the county capital, so he decided to pay him a visit. "Oh right, it will take quite a while to get to Dragon Eye County. If you're bored, I'll take out some silver and go to the city to invite a few courtesans to relieve your boredom. It's up to you whether you want to eat or not." Chen Shiliang shook his head and said, "I won't accept a reward if it's not deserved." If I succeed in the salt and iron business, even if your highness gives me 10 courtesans, I will accept it with a clear conscience. Su Fengnian smiled and said, hurry up and return that Huangtian stone seal to me. My heart is aching for it. Chen Shiliang coughed, lifted the curtain and said to Blue Bird, let's go to Dragon Eye County. Dragon Eye County was famous for producing ink stones that were like the eyes of a dragon. The quality of the stone was gentle like jade, tender but not smooth. If one knocked on it, there would be the sound of metal and stone. If one caressed it, it would be like the skin of an infant. It was regarded as an immortal product by the famous calligraphers of the past generations. It was said that old General Zhong's only son had a collection of 108 ink stones. The ink stone had 108 eyes like the eyes of a dragon. The most legendary thing was that this ancient ink stone had been passed around in the 6 dynasties and several countries by 8 famous dragon painters. Therefore, it was also known as the ink stone that painted the eyes of a dragon. In his later years, Zhong Hongwu had a son named Zhong Qingxin. Before he reached the age of 30, he had already established a great undertaking and held a high position. As soon as this old General Zhong retired, Zhong Qingxin would immediately be promoted to Dragon Eye County chief. This famous son of a general's family had an even bigger family. Not only did he have 3 wives and 4 concubines, he also had no less than 20 mistresses in his golden house. He also had a hobby of eating the grass near his nest. He had hooked up with many wives and concubines of Dragon Eye County's high-ranking officials and dignitaries. Of course, Zhong Qingxin himself also often held banquets to reward guests. Every time he met someone, he would send out servant girls and beautiful maids that he had carefully trained. In Dragon Eye County, other than all kinds of romantic affairs, there were also gangs and sects in great numbers. For the most part, the officials at the top played around with their love affairs, while the people at the bottom of the Jianghu killed them. The well water did not interfere with the river water. Moreover, in recent years, the trend was that if the sects wanted to expand, they would have to compete to see who could get closer to the government. One by one, the well water flowed into the river water. There were very few people who persisted in establishing their own sect and did not observe the situation. Su Fengnian's carriage entered the county's Baiba city. From the name of the county, it could be seen that the ancient inkstone in Zhong Qingxin's hand was priceless. Su Fengnian knew the ins and outs of the Fish Dragon Gang very well. Although the Fish Dragon Gang had completed the big business in Beimang worth tens of thousands of taels of silver, the Fish Dragon Gang did not get much money. The several thousand taels of silver that Zhou Ziru, the young master of Ma Guan, paid as compensation were also given to the families of the gang members who died in a foreign land. To make matters worse, the deputy leader Xiao Chang and the chief guest Gong Sun Yang were both dead. This was a loss that could not be measured with money. The Fish Dragon Gang originally wanted to rely on this business to turn their fortunes around. However, they did not expect that the disciples of the military families in Lingzhou City would turn their backs on them after the business was completed. They even ignored the Fish Dragon Gang's subsequent visits. Fortunately, the granddaughter of the old leader connected with the business in Beimang City and was able to do some unique business that allowed them to maintain the gang's operations. However, when Liang Mang started a fight, the Fish Dragon Gang, which had been hanging on by trading at the border, was beaten back to its original state. Many of the gang members began to turn to other sections. When you're rich, you're warm; when you're poor, you're naturally cold. The barren real estate under the name of Old Master Lu of the Fish Dragons was located in the southwest part of the county. It used to be a long street, but it was sold to the neighbors every now and then. The neighborhood on both sides was getting bigger and bigger. The Fish Dragons, which only had one martial arts club left, was caught in the middle, which was very awkward. Fortunately, the martial arts club where their lifeblood was located occupied a large area. The Fish Dragons was an old gang that had been through a lot. Many of the gang members, including their descendants, had relied on Old Master Lu to make a living. Even if they wanted to leave, no one would take them in. The fish dragons were weak, but on the surface, they were still okay. At most, there were only 200 people left. As for the strong young men who could fight for territory, it was hard to say. The carriage stopped opposite the dojo of the fish dragons. Not many gangs in the city dared to openly hang their banners with their gang's name on them. There were only 1 or 2 gangs in the entire Lingzhou, and they all had powerful backgrounds. Dragon Eye County originally had a rival of the fish dragons, the Honghu sect. They hung their banners for a few days, but it was said that a young master who was traveling here didn't like them. That young master was very rough and was the grandson of the great general Yan Wenwan. He threw their banners into the latrine on the same day. The Honghu sect didn't even dare to raise their banners again. Before that young master left, he said that he beat them because he knew that their master was the brother-in-law of that Zhong Qingxin. After that, Zhong Qingxin's brother-in-law went to complain but returned without success. It became the topic of conversation for the people of Dragon Eye County. Su Fingnian hung up the curtain and quietly looked at the main gate of the fish dragons. The faint sound of the disciples practicing martial arts could be heard from the other side of the wall. Chen Shiliang asked doubtfully, "Is this the place?" Su Fingnian nodded and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, I also took in an unknown disciple in this gang. He's very stupid." Chen Shiliang asked, "Don't you want to go in and take a look?" Su Fingnian put down the curtain and shook his head. "Forget it. I was wearing a mask at that time, so he wouldn't recognize me even if he saw me. Let's go, Blue Bird." The carriage slowly drove out of the street. Just as it turned the corner, a large group of strong men rushed into the street with great momentum. They were just short of hanging a sign on their bodies saying that they were gathering for a brawl. Su Fingnian opened the side curtain and frowned. He saw the people of the neighborhood pointing and said slowly, "Liangxi, go and ask around." Chen Liangxi got off the carriage and soon returned to the carriage. He said with a smile, "It's the same old story. There's a girl called Lu Narong in the fish dragon gang. She caught the eye of a military officer under the command of Yi, who was in charge of the Dragon Eye County. He wanted to take her as his concubine. It seems that the fish dragon gang didn't know what was good for them and rejected him. Perhaps they forgot to give the rank 7 military officer a way out. Your Highness, there's something I've wanted to say for a long time. Beiliang's military titles are really unreasonable. Officers and military officers are too worthless. They should be changed and simplified. In this aspect, Beimang is much better." Su Fingnian nodded. Just as he was about to put down the curtain and let the fish dragons gang pass the tribulation, he caught a glimpse of a group of more than 30 armored soldiers in the distance. Chen Liangxi glanced at them and sneered. "Hey, this military officer of Dragon Eye County has some tricks up his sleeve. It seems that he wants to punish both sides fairly and selflessly. However, I think that those who went to cause trouble can definitely bear the punishment, but the fish dragons gang can't. It's really a waste of talent to be a rank 7 military officer. It seems that if we really want to rectify these Jianghu sects in Beiliang, we'll have to cut off many people's source of income." Su Fingnian lowered his head and put on a root-shaped mask. He said indifferently, "Then let's go and watch the show." The street that originally had shops and hawkers was now empty. Most of the 100 or so men had broken into the fish dragons gang, leaving 7 or 8 relatively thin and weak fish outside to keep watch. Among them, a crooked and skinny monkey with sharp eyes saw Blue Bird. He called his friends and ran all the way here while drooling. It was nothing more than the usual 3 axes used by the scoundrels and ruffians. One couldn't expect these guys who didn't know many words to have any new ideas. When they saw that the delicate and pretty woman in green robes and embroidered shoes remained unmoved, they did not dare to immediately take action. She was someone who would foolishly drive her into trouble, and she might not be someone they could afford to offend. She might be a pawn who ran the docks, and her worldview might not be great, but that did not mean that she did not have her own survival knowledge and climbing skills. Even though the thin monkey did not attack, he still had the guts to use his mouth. His mouth was full of obscenities, and his gaze was obscene. His brothers beside him cheered for him. Then they saw a young man with white hair walk out of the carriage with a smile. They subconsciously took a few steps back. Su Fingyan jumped off the carriage lightly and took the horsewhip from Blue Bird. He twisted it in his hand and asked pleasantly, "Brothers, are you from the Great Tiger Sect?" The skinny monkey-like man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked in a threatening manner, "Which path are you on?" Su Fingyan pointed at the fish dragon's gang with the horsewhip. "You can say that I'm from this sect." Chapter 694. Hearing this, the skinny monkey-like man was relieved. He grinned and turned around, shouting, "Come here, there's a fish that escaped from the fish dragons." He was obviously very proud of being able to mention the fish that escaped from the fish dragons. He knew how to be a scholar. The other 4 men rushed over in a hubbub. There were 8 of them, and they all looked ferocious. The so-called Jianghu at the bottom relied on having more people, more hands, and more sticks. Unfortunately, this time, the higher-ups had clearly said that they were not allowed to use their weapons. This made the 8 men somewhat unhappy. Before they could make a move, howls and screams came from inside the wall. Then, soldiers with spears who had been waiting for a long time rushed in. The 8 men subconsciously turned their heads to look. Just as they were about to look away, they fell to the ground. Su Fingyan brought Blue Bird, who had not fought much, to the martial arts center. Chen Liangxi followed behind them. Just as they went up the stairs, they heard a captain say gloomily, "More than 100 people gathered to fight. The main culprit will be banished to the army. Using weapons to injure people is an additional crime. The whole gang will be sent to the border." Lu Su, Lu Narong of the Fish Dragons, kneeled down. On the sand-covered training field, Lu Narong, who had angrily attacked with her sword, was livid. In fact, only one of the leaders of the Great Tiger Sect fell to her sword. The rest of the people took out their own daggers and cut their arms or legs. Then, they threw the daggers far away and lay on the ground, pretending to be heartbroken. This was a trap that had been planned for a long time. When the leader of the Great Tiger Sect went to take down the plaque of the fish dragons and stomped it, Lu Narong was not unaware of it. She simply could not bear the humiliation. At this moment, she was gnashing her teeth. She wanted to kill the captain who always hung around the leader of the Great Tiger Sect. Vice leader Xiao Chang's son, Xiao Ling, held an ivory fan in his hand. He looked handsome and elegant. He exchanged glances with the leader of the Great Tiger Sect, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead. He smiled faintly. Just as he was about to take a step forward, he saw 3 strangers at the door from the corner of his eye. Xiao Ling subconsciously retracted his foot. In the end, he resisted the urge to take a step forward. If he took a step forward, it would mean that his meticulous plan was laid out on the table. In Xiao Ling's field of vision, Chen Shiliang sneered softly, "I underestimated the captain. It turns out that one side will be lightly beaten 10 times and the other side will be beaten 150 times. Your Highness, why don't you promote such a smart person?" Xiao Ling. Xiao Chang had colluded with the horse bandits and to frame to pave the way for his son. It seemed that Xiao Ling didn't let his fathers, so he did it himself. He himself. It was Xiao Ling, was. The young man from the fish dragons, Wang Dashi, also saw Su Fingyan, but he didn't shout. He just waved his hand secretly, indicating that Su Fingyan should leave the martial arts club as soon as possible. It was the same as the night battle at Tuma Pass. As long as the government was involved, especially the local soldiers, young Master Su's status as a relative of the general's mansion's steward was completely useless. Su Fingyan walked over with his horsewhip and said to the captain, "I have a friend surnamed Su. He's a military officer in this city. I hope you can give him some face. Military officer. He was barely an official. He didn't have any real power. However, the person standing behind the junior captain was a field officer under Yi's command, whose rank was much higher than his. Besides, Great General Mansion was indirectly connected to Great Tiger Sect. You're just a little military officer. Who do you think you are? What's more, the captain, who knew everything about Dragon Eye County, had never heard of any son of an official surnamed Su, so he didn't take it seriously. Usually, if there really was such a person, he would just do some small favors. Now, even if there were 10 military officers, he would treat them as if they were farts. The captain didn't dare to fight with Lu Su and Lu Narong. He was eager to have someone hit the tip of the spear to show his power. He didn't unsheath his cold knife. He just smashed the scabbard at the man's chest. Blue Bird kicked out and the captain flew into the martial arts hole. Then, everyone slowly turned their heads. They didn't see the military officer come out. Old gang leader Lu Su, who was considered an expert in Lingzhou, narrowed his eyes. His heart shivered. It wasn't hard to kick someone to death or kick them a few zhang away. Even Lu Su, who was an expert in external martial arts, could do it. But to kick them a few zhang away and not kill them, he admitted that he couldn't do it. A soldier stabbed his spear at Blue Bird. Qing now raised her leg and stomped down. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the sharp spears were unable to hurt her in the slightest. Instead, one of the spears bent into an arc and bounced off the sturdy armored soldier's chest, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. Blue Bird tiptoed and the spear straightened in the air. She held the end of the spear with one hand. With a flick of her wrist, the spear tip turned into a terrifying circle. Lu Su was dumbfounded. When did Lingzhou have such a young top expert? Moreover, it was a woman with delicate features. Su Fingnian tilted his head and smiled. Blue Bird, bring our brother Xiliang to ask Su Juzi to call for reinforcements. Blue Bird nodded. She gently lifted the spear. The spear broke in half and she threw it away. She turned and walked out of the martial arts hall with Qin Xiliang. Su Fingnian said to the leaderless soldiers and the Honghu sect that were playing dead, not going to call for reinforcements and compete with your background. It said that the heroes of Jianghu don't fight when the odds are against them. Are you waiting to be beaten? The birds and beasts scattered. Some of the men who had been lying on the ground on the verge of death were now full of vigor and vitality. No one dared to find trouble with the white-haired man. Chapter 695. Wang Dashi shouted excitedly, "Young Master Su." Su Fingnian walked in front of Lu Su and cupped his hands. "Greetings, old gang leader Lu." Lu Su, who had spent half his life in the mud of Jianghu, was a shrewd man. He felt relieved and worried at the same time. He said softly, "You must be young Master Su from the capital of Lingzhou. The Fish Dragon Gang and I will remember your kindness today. However, we are not trying to boost the morale of others and diminish our own prestige. The Great Tiger Sect obviously came prepared, and they have the support of people whom the Fish Dragon Gang cannot afford to offend. I hope that young Master Su can leave the Dragon Eye County as soon as possible." Lu Narong sheathed her sword and said coldly, "Why are you still here? Do you need me to drive you away?" The kind woman had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Su Fingnian smiled. "Lu Narong, you and I have traveled together from Lingzhou to Beimang. Do you think I am the kind of person who puffs himself up at his own cost? If not, I will have to trouble Miss Lu to serve me a pot of tea and do your best as a host." Lu Narong hesitated. Su Fingnian said helplessly, "Let's not talk about anything else. I have to wait for someone." Lu Narong snorted and walked to the hall. Old gang leader Lu had heard about his granddaughter's experience in Beimang and had always thought highly of this mysterious young Master Su. After weighing the pros and cons, he didn't insist. Su Fingnian approached Xiao Ling and said softly, "Young Master Xiao, fortunately I came in time. Otherwise, you would have fallen out with your favorite Miss Lu. Was it dangerous?" Xiao Ling frowned. What did young Master Su say? Why can't I understand? Su Fingnian smiled. Then I will say that I killed your father Xiao Chang. The letter your father sent you before he died was written by me. Do you understand? Xiao Ling trembled as if he was struck by lightning. Su Fingnian said slowly, the letter clearly stated that you should know your place and behave yourself. Why did you take the risk out of desperation? Or do you want to destroy Lu Narong with your own hands since you can't get her? Or are you thinking that one day, she will be tired of being played by the nobles of Dragon Eye Commandery, and then it will be your turn to have a taste? Xiao Ling's eyes turned red. Su Fingnian put his arm around this playboy's shoulder as if they were old friends. You're just like your father. Both of you are too smart. As for me, I'm not a good person either. Ha, it's a pity that Lu Narong is in love with me. I'm going to piss you off, you trash who can't even get close to her. I've heard that there are many senior brothers in Jianghu who were angered to death by their childhood sweethearts and junior sisters who changed their minds after they grew up. Unfortunately, you're one of them. I'll ask Xiao Rongrong to send you an invitation later. Xiao Ling was almost driven mad by Su Fingnian's blatant lies. He asked gloomily, you with the surname Su, what are you trying to do? Su Fingnian said innocently, we're just chatting. Why else would I expose you as a traitor? No one would believe an outsider like me even if I told them. It's fun to piss you off. Xiao Ling smiled viciously, you're a white-haired guy. How many years can you live? How many years can you enjoy? Su Fingnian said indifferently, how many years can I live? Look at Lu Narong's figure, that waist, that butt. If it were you, wouldn't you be willing to live a few years less in exchange for every night of pleasure? Xiao Ling finally couldn't help but curse, you bastard. Same to you. Just you wait. I'll get someone to kill you. Oh. If you wait a moment longer, you'll die a horrible death. Okay, then I'll kill you before I die. Are you begging me to die, or begging me not to die? Outsiders didn't know the truth. They thought that the two young masters regretted not meeting each other earlier. Only a few people were qualified to sit here. Even Xiao Ling, the son of the deputy leader of the Fish Dragon Gang, didn't have this privilege. Now, the gang's talents had withered. Some had died, and some had retired. Only old gang leader Lu and two elders were sitting in the hole. Su Fingnian ignored Xiao Ling and left quietly. Lu Narong poured tea for Su Fingnian herself. When she bent down to pour tea for Su Fingnian, she asked fiercely, is it fun? Su Fingnian took the teacup and said calmly, I just happened to pass by. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't overestimate your beauty. The young man, Wang Dashi, stood behind Su Fingnian and laughed foolishly. In the eyes of this young man, whose Jianghu experience was limited to the trip to Beimang, young Master Su was undoubtedly one of the top masters in Jianghu. Young Master Su was outstanding in martial arts, chivalrous, and had taught him a set of peerless martial arts. Of course, it was only because he was stupid that he couldn't grasp the essence of it. Lu Narong, who had a pair of beautiful legs, turned and left with a frosty face. She stood behind Lu Narong. Su Fingnian took a sip of tea and raised his head to ask, why didn't the Fish Dragon Gang hang the flag? Old gang leader Lu and the two elders smiled bitterly. It turned out that he was just a fledgling in Jianghu. They guessed that he only dared to swagger in Jianghu because of his good family background and an expert retainer. Old gang leader Lu sighed in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have let this young Master Su get involved in this mess even if he had to throw away his dignity. Old gang leader Lu immediately felt somewhat puzzled. That trip to the northern Mang had been so bumpy and thrilling. According to Ni Rong's granddaughter's narration, this young Master Su had appeared to be very experienced and ruthless. He had dealt with many matters almost harshly and mercilessly. Did his granddaughter misjudge him? Chapter 696. Using the tiger skin as a banner could only scare people. In the hall, old gang leader Lu and the other elders were not in the mood to drink tea. When they saw the young man, who should be the Dragon Eye County soldier Chow, walk into the fish dragon gang, their hearts immediately turned cold. This Gongzi's appearance and bearing were not bad, but how many scholars like him were there in the Dragon Eye County? Not to mention the distant ones, just Xiao Ling and the gang. Just by looking at his appearance, he could be the son of an aristocratic family in the county governor's mansion. Bai Liang was a classic example of a military general being arrogant and lowering his head to a civil official. If he really offended a military officer with real power, what was the use? Furthermore, this Gongzi was clearly pulled over in a hurry. He was alone and was probably doing some simple work like writing in the yamen. There were still ink stains on his hands that he did not have time to wash off. When the young soldier Chow saw a young Master Su who was calm and composed, he did not lower his head and slowly sat down. He smiled and asked for a cup of hot tea from the fish dragon gang to warm his stomach. Old gang leader Lu sighed in his heart. It seemed that the young and white-haired young Master Su was not a popular figure in Lingzhou. Otherwise, a small official of the Dragon Eye County would not be so negligent. Su Beiji and Su Fengnian sat to the side. He blew on the tea and frowned. "Can't you let me have some peace and quiet?" This time, he took the initiative to come to Lingzhou's Dragon Eye County to be an official. There were very few people who knew about this. Not to mention the Lingzhou magistrate, even the administrator Li Gongda did not get any information. He only took the Shangguan family's ribbon seal, wrapped himself in his official robe, and single-handedly went straight to Longyan County. Longyan County's military yamen also did not raise any waves, mistakenly thinking that he was some unattainable general's descendant. There were also a few local tyrants who made several attempts to probe him, but they were all casually dismissed by Su Beiji, and then he was immediately sidelined. What he got was some labor work without meat or fish, without oil and water. When everybody saw Su Beiji enjoying himself, they treated him even less seriously. In addition, there were 1,000 elite cavalry secretly transferred into Longyan County without any warning sign, so that many powers were on tenterhooks, who would still have the mind to get to the bottom of the matter with a soldier, Chao Xiangjuan. The cavalry's commanding general was surnamed Wang and his given name was Wang Ji. The deputy general was called Hong Shuwen. Both of their official positions were one rank higher than ordinary field officers. They could be considered important figures in the Bailiang army who were not well known but who suddenly held the commander's seal. This elite cavalry had never interfered with the local military and politics. The entire Longyan County was guessing back and forth. They only thought that the king of Bailiang attached great importance to great general Zhong Hongwu, who had taken off his armor and returned to his field. This was to show that the great general's favor had not diminished. Su Fengnian chuckled in a low voice, "Keep your complaints to yourself for now. Has Shi Liang told you about the general situation?" Su Beiji said calmly, "What's so strange about the collusion between the local powers? But you're all so heartless. Are you trying to use me as bait to lure out the Zhong family? But aren't you worried about alerting the enemy? If you really provoke Zhong Hongwu, let's see how you're going to deal with it." Old gang leader Lu only saw the two young people whispering to each other. Looking at their calm demeanor in the face of danger, one could say that a newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger, or that an inexperienced and ignorant person was fearless. Old gang leader Lu sighed with emotion at his own extraordinary age. The Fish Dragon Gang's foundation today was not built by talking and laughing with his old brothers in desperate situations countless times. Old gang leader Lu subconsciously turned his head to look at his granddaughter. Was he really going to put this burden on her shoulders? Wouldn't that cause her to give up the happiness of a woman's husband and children? Old gang leader Lu was not a pedantic elder who favored boys over girls, but it was precisely because he loved his granddaughter from the bottom of his heart that he was unwilling to let Lu Nerong walk on the same path as him. As soon as one entered Jianghu, it was inevitable to make enemies and make enemies on all sides. How many people could really live until the day they washed their hands of gold in a basin? The teacup on the table began to tremble, and the tea swayed slightly. Old gang leader Lu and several old men who had been fighting for a long time became serious. The junior captain who had been kicked into the hall by the woman in green had been carried to the backyard for treatment. It was difficult to invite the devil in, but it was even more difficult to send him away. It seemed that today's disaster was inevitable. Earlier, old gang leader Lu had tried to evacuate the gang members, old and young, from the back door and go to their relatives' houses in the countryside to lie low. But as soon as they went out, they saw a group of strong men from the Flood Tiger sect blocking the entrance to the street. They were determined to catch all of them in one fell swoop and uproot the Fish Dragon gang from Dragon Eye County. Old gang leader Lu was a veteran of Jianghu, so he always paid particular attention to not implicating the family members and would never cross the bottom line. This kind of unwritten Jianghu rule was more important than the national law to the old men. But nowadays, the new gangs and sects were more ruthless than the previous one. They completely eliminated the root of the problem. In the past 5 years, there had been 5 or 6 massacres in Dragon Eye County. After the massacres, the government would investigate and send a few boxes of silver to the sons or concubines of the officials to close the case with a personal grudge. No matter how many dozens of murders you had committed, you only needed 1 or 2 scapegoats to pay with their lives. And those scapegoats whose families had received a large amount of compensation were regarded as heroes in Jianghu. Even before they were beheaded, they were still heroic, shouting that they were still a hero even after 18 years. This could arouse the passion of countless young Jianghu people around the execution ground. This made old gang leader Lu, who had scrupulously followed the rules for most of his life, feel strange and somewhat disheartened. More than 10 strong riders directly rode into the Fish Dragon gang's dojo, followed by more than 100 elite soldiers in bright armor with swords. Chapter 697. Tang Zi, the lieutenant under Yi's command, sat high on his horse and looked down. He probably felt that he was qualified to look down on the world in this tiny Dragon Eye prefecture. With a sneer, he directly skipped over Lu Su and the other old guys and paused on the woman in green and the white-haired man for a while before looking straight at Lu Nerong, who was standing gracefully at the door. His cold eyes hid the passion of a man looking at a beautiful woman. Tang Zi was not a repulsive person. He was tall and sturdy and was the second generation of a general family in northern Liang. He had gone to the border of Yuzhou and obtained military exploits that outsiders did not know were real or fake. After returning to Dragon Eye Prefecture, he started from the second lieutenant and gradually became the lieutenant under Yi's command, who controlled 300 armored soldiers. Such a successful and famous general wanted to take a woman from Jianghu as his concubine. The Fish Dragon gang should be happy, but they repeatedly refused. Did they really think that Tang Zi was a clay bodhisattva who did not have any anger? If you follow me, even if your Fish Dragon gang doesn't become the #1 gang in Lingzhou, at the very least, you will be able to dominate Dragon Eye County right under the nose of General Zhong. With my Yi family's officers and the Tang family's support for your father-in-law Lu Su, who dares to be disrespectful to you? If you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame Tang Zi for turning the Fish Dragon gang upside down. Tang Zi glanced at the woman in green. He had heard from the soldiers that this woman had some skills. That was good too. First, she would be imprisoned for the crime of assassinating an armored soldier. Then, he would slowly remove her sharp edges. After that, he would take her into his room with Lu Nerong. The corners of Tang Zi's mouth curled up. He did not like the soft and weak women in the brothel. They could not withstand the whipping and always made him, a lieutenant under Yi's command, uninterested. Only women like Lu Nerong, who had learned martial arts and knew some martial arts, were delicious to Tang Zi. This kind of woman with a pair of beautiful legs and a unique waist could really make a man ascend to immortality in bed. Tang Zi did things flawlessly and was deeply influenced by his family background. He did not give people the bad impression of bullying others. He gently squeezed the horse's belly and the horse under him stepped forward a few steps. Tang Zi said in a clear voice, "This general acts according to the law, who dares to stop me? I've heard that Lieutenant Chow is here. Come out and meet me." Chen Shiliang chuckled beside Su Fengnian. "Nice table manners." Su Fengnian sighed, "Now that's tricky." Su Beiji slowly stepped over the threshold and walked to the top of the stairs. "This one is Su Beiji. I was appointed as Longyan County Sergeant Chow 10 years ago." Tang Zi said sternly, "Since you are an official of Beiliang, you should know that the Fish Dragon Gang and the Red Tiger sect gathered together to fight Lu Narong and the others injured people with weapons. How should they be punished according to the law? This general is responsible for the safety and security of the people, especially the Jianghu bandits who use force to suppress the law. The government has written a notice stating that anyone who sees them will be beheaded. The soldiers will be punished according to the law and arrested. Why did someone hurt my subordinates?" Su Beiji said calmly, "The lieutenant has handled the matter of the Fish Dragon Gang appropriately. However, my friend is a good citizen. After entering the martial arts club, the lieutenant attacked him without any reason. According to Beiliang's military law, his military status will be revoked and he will be beheaded immediately. The punishment for this crime is 3 levels. The lieutenant under Yi's command happens to be on this list, so he should also resign." Tang Zi smiled. "Do you have any witnesses?" Su Beiji smiled. "The Fish Dragon Gang has more than 100 people who can testify. However, since they are suspected of rioting, they are not qualified." Su Fengnian raised his horsewhip. "This one is a good citizen with a clean background. I can testify." Tang Zi sneered. "But someone can testify that you are one of the Fish Dragon Gang's bandits." Su Fengnian remembered the ruffians of the Red Tiger sect who were knocked unconscious by Blue Bird outside the door. He frowned. "Those people are from the Red Tiger sect. What qualifications do they have?" Tang Zi said indifferently, "They have never entered the martial arts club of the Fish Dragon Gang, nor have they participated in any fights." Lu Narong walked to Su Fengnian, who was about to say something. "That's enough. You and I are not friends. I probably won't be able to repay you for what you did today. I only hope that if you have any connections, you can protect Wang Dashi and the others for me. Lu Narong will be very grateful." Su Fengnian touched on her sore spot. "Don't tell me you're really going to be this captain's bed-warming plaything." Lu Narong gritted her teeth. "Believe it or not, I will stab you to death before I kill him." Su Fengnian tightened his grip on the horsewhip and looked a little absent-minded. Su Beiji smiled and said, "Lieutenant Tang, in this case, no one in the gate of the Fish Dragon Gang is qualified." Tang Zi was confident and didn't mind playing cat and mouse slowly. "Oh. I'm all ears." Su Beiji said calmly, "I have evidence that Lieutenant Tang was involved in the massacre. During the massacre, 9 of your soldiers took off their armor and killed 17 people with swords. It's just that I didn't have time to present the evidence to the county governor." Tang Zi laughed and slowly drew out his sword. "Do you think you still have a chance?" Su Beiji asked back, "You want to silence me? Do you know what the punishment is for killing a Lieutenant Chow for no reason?" Tang Zi drew out his Beiliang sword from his waist. "I won't break the law knowingly. It's just that Lieutenant Chow died in a fight with the bandits. I may even personally send him some compensation. Your people should be grateful to me for killing the Fish Dragon Gang." Su Beiji shouted angrily, "How dare you!" Su Fengnian reminded her in a low voice, "Zhu Zi, your acting skills are really bad. Now you should be so angry that your lips are blue and your legs are weak. Especially if there's some trembling in your voice. Su Beiji looked at the lieutenant and said softly, if you can do it, why don't you do it? By the way, do you really have evidence? No, I do know the truth, but I don't have evidence. Your acting skills are average, but you're good at digging holes. Don't delay my fishing. Lu Narong, who was standing at the side and listening to every word, didn't understand what was wrong with this world. Chapter 698. Tang Zi raised his cold knife and the soldiers behind him advanced with their spears. Tang Zi looked at the motley crew with a sinister smile. There was nothing in Dragon Eye County that he did not dare to do. Especially after he racked his brains to obtain the 108 dragon-painted inkstone for Zhongqingxin, it was equivalent to having a gold medal to avoid death. This life-saving talisman given by the Zhong family was much more effective than the talisman drawn by the Wudongzhenren. The military officers of each county always had the custom of exchanging military exploits with gangs. Far away from the war at the border, it was unrealistic to want to be promoted quickly without staining their hands with blood. Of course, Tang Zi was not going to massacre the Fish Dragon gang just because of Lu Narong. Instead, he was going to kill the more than 100 youths of the Fish Dragon gang who violated the rules and should be killed. This was a great merit that was enough to make the next county governor of Longjing County, Zhongqingxin, beam with joy. Since that soldier Chow of unknown origin had bumped into the horse's hooves, Tang Zi did not mind killing one more. As long as the stabilizing General Zhong was in Longjing County, not to mention Longjing County, even Lingzhou would not be able to overturn the heavens. What Su Beiji cared about was the deep-rooted marriage alliance and collusion behind Tang Zi. On his way to Dragon Eye County, he had a detailed genealogy of Dragon Eye County in his hands. The military officer under Tang Zi was only a small fish in his eyes and was not enough to mobilize a large force. Su Beiji wanted to drag out the new and old governor of Dragon Eye County who was responsible for throwing the fish on the chopping board. As for how to put it into the pot, steaming it or braising it, someone would decide. At this moment, he was more concerned about the elite level of the local soldiers. This would directly determine the strength of the Bailiang cavalry. There were more than 200,000 cavalries at the border. If they were defeated, how long could Bailiang last? Behind Su Beiji, Chen Shiliang lowered his head and muttered to himself. His 5 fingers tapped together. This poor scholar's point of view was completely different from Su Beiji. Su Beiji traced upwards while Chen Shiliang deduced downwards. The citizens of Bailiang were divided into 5 classes based on the amount of land. How much resentment did the Fish Dragon gang have accumulated over the past 20 years under the tyrannical military officers? Everyone knew that Bailiang was supported by the butcher Su Shao alone. He supported the 300,000 cavalries and supported the millions of poor families in Bailiang. If the door to the northwest of the empire would inevitably change, what benefits would the second king of Bailiang bring to the people? Of course, Tang Zi didn't know that the 2 scholars didn't treat him as an appetizer. He flicked the northern cold saber in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Take them down. Anyone who disobeys will be beheaded." Su Fingnian looked up at the sky. A black dot was getting more and more conspicuous. It broke through the clouds and fell straight down. The blue-white luan, the most handsome feathered bird, hooked Su Fingnian's arm with its claws. It flapped its snow-white wings and looked at everyone with cold eyes. Although Su Fingnian's realm had deteriorated greatly, it was not to the extent that he could not stop a bird with his arm. He reached out to stroke the head of the blue-white luan, which was nicknamed Little White. Little White lowered its head and pecked at the horsewhip in its master's hand. It was not difficult for a well-off young master to raise a falcon. However, the difference between a horse's quality and a falcon's quality was like the difference between heaven and earth. Tang Zi was born into a proper landowning household and was also the descendant of a general. His eyesight was not bad. he immediately became suspicious. However, he immediately pulled back the arrow he had shot. Just as he was thinking about whether to spare the life of Lieutenant Chow, the entire street behind him seemed to be on the verge of exploding. It was like a giant millstone was rolling non-stop. Tang Zi was shocked. This kind of sound was not unfamiliar to a military officer who had been to the border. More than 500 Yuzhou cavalries galloping in the city possessed such shocking power. Tang Zi was already so afraid, let alone the soldiers behind him who had never been to the border. Without the military officer's command, they subconsciously turned their heads to look. Bailiang's military orders were like mountains. They did not stop, but they were much slower. Wang Ji, who was unknown in Bailiang's military, strode into the Fish Dragon Gang's martial arts club. This valiant general who had led 3,000 cavalries to intercept Han Diaoxi outside the Sword Pavilion did not receive the meteoric rise he had expected after making a great contribution. Instead, he was able to have a talk with the Supreme General. His elite soldiers were reduced to only 1,000 men. He did not have the title of a real general, but he was as happy as a child. Moreover, after he had personally fought against Han Diaoxi, who was the 10th most powerful person in the world, his aura had transformed and become more stable. He was less rough and more mellow. Perhaps he was not far off from the Supreme General Zhong Hongwu. As soon as he entered the martial arts club, except for Su Fengnian and the others who had the flying feather on their arms, the others immediately lost their arrogance. Even Tang Zi quickly sheathed his saber and jumped off his horse. He clasped his fists and said respectfully, "General Tang Zi greets General Wang." Wang Ji only glanced at Su Beiji intentionally or unintentionally. After their eyes met, he quietly looked away. As his gaze wandered, old gang leader Lu and the others who had been in Jianghu for most of their lives felt a little scared. This general was definitely not someone Tang Zi could compare to. The forces of Bailiang's Jianghu had always been weak and scattered. This was not because Bailiang's boorish men were not brave enough or not united enough. It was just that Bailiang's army was too fierce and good at fighting. Wang Ji did not recognize the white-haired Su Fengnian, who was wearing a mask and holding a whip in his hand, nor did he recognize the humble scholar Chen Shiliang. He only recognized Su Beiji, because according to Ren Tu, even if Wang Ji and his deputy general Hong Shuwen, as well as 1,000 riders, all died, this scholar was not allowed to die. Before leaving Liangzhou, Ren Tu had promised that within 3 years, there would be one of the 4 deputy commanders of Bailiang's cavalry, Wang Ji. It was easy to imagine how important this soldier named Su Beiji was to the entire Bailiang. If he did not know Su Beiji's shocking true identity, Wang Ji would have thought that this kid was the general's illegitimate son. "You mother of *Ker, you dare to kill Su Beiji who is related to my future." Even if the has-been Zhong Hongwu personally drew his saber, Wang Ji would dare to kill you. After Hong Shuwen left the Phoenix Battalion, he could be said to have reached the sky in a single bound. In the Battle of Iron Gate Pass, he killed 6 people of the palace guards and 1 golden saber imperial bodyguard with 2 sabers. Although 2 of the heads were obtained by picking up scraps, it had always been a skill to survive in a hurried battle. Hong Shuwen's splendid battle record had almost overshadowed Lieutenant Yuan Meng's style. He could be said to be the most outstanding fierce man below the top masters. Other than Hong Shuwen, there were more than 40 other light cavalry soldiers from the Phoenix Battalion who had infiltrated the other armies. They had all crossed the first threshold to become lieutenants. These people were like Hong Shuwen at the moment. They were promoted extremely quickly, but their reputations were still relatively unknown. The fact that they had once been White Horse Righteous followers was also quietly covered up. Hong Shuwen followed behind General Wang Ji with 2 sabers hanging from his waist. As usual, he looked drowsy and dispirited, like a tiger taking a nap. Wang Ji did not hesitate. He laughed coldly and said, "Remove your sabers." Being forced to remove one saber in the Bailiang army was undoubtedly a great humiliation. It was equivalent to the civil officials of the imperial court being forced to remove their official status. Tang Zi's expression was ugly. He slowly removed his saber. Although he was very afraid of this foreign general whose background was a mystery, he still removed his saber. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and asked, "May I be so bold as to ask, General, why do you want me to remove my saber?" Chapter 699. Wang Ji said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense with me. If I want you to take off your saber, then take it off. If you have the ability, go complain to your backer. If you can get reinforcements to make me take back my order, then you have the ability. If Wang Ji sees you in the future, I will avoid you and take a detour. Hey, I might as well tell you the truth. I have long been displeased with you, a commandant under the E army who fills your own pockets with money. A day's worth of money is equivalent to half a year's salary. Today, I will take off your saber. Su Beiji is this general's blood brother. These days, he's been ostracized by you bunch of bastards. Don't join the army and become an official. Tomorrow, I'll replace you as the commandant of the E army. In any case, your ass is full of sh*t. Anyone else would be more justified than you to be the commandant. Take off your saber and get out of here with your bunch of trash." Tang Zi was infuriated to the extreme. This foreigner's table manners were so unsightly that he didn't even want to share a cup of the soup. Why did he have to take drastic measures and eat all of it alone? Tang Zi's face was filled with a sneer and anger. "Since you did it, don't blame me for doing it 15 times. Tang Zi took off his saber and threw it on the ground. When he threw it, the soldiers in the martial arts hall all lost their Bailiang sabers and spears. They were all overflowing with indignation and anger. If they were asked to deal with a gang like the Fish Dragon gang without any backing, they could be unscrupulous. However, when faced with a general with 1,000 cavalry, they didn't have the guts. When the immortals fought, smoke rose everywhere. Naturally, the immortals above would use their trump cards to deal with each other. It was not their turn to die. They really didn't believe that Commandant Tang would be defeated in their own territory. This commandant under the E army was a big shot who often visited the Zhong mansion. In Dragon Eye County, whether you had a status or not depended on whether you had taken in a beautiful servant of the Zhong family's son. Status was very simple. It was calculated by the number of beautiful servants you had taken in. Commandant Tang had 2 concubines, who were little beauties trained by the Zhong mansion. Tang Zi was so humiliated that he couldn't care less about who was behind Wang Ji. There were countless generals in the Bailiang army with titles, but how many of them could compare to the commander of the cavalry, Zhong Hongwu? Yan Wenwan can be counted as one, but that old general's roots are all in Yuzhou. If you, Wang Ji, have the ability to board this big ship, why would you come to Dragon Eye County to live under someone else's roof? Tang Zi followed the rules and cupped his fists to bid farewell. He raised his head and smiled sinisterly. "General Wang, aren't you afraid of retribution for disregarding Bailiang's military laws?" Wang Ji was like a boorish man who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He grinned and said, "Hurry up and get lost. I'm not like you who likes to wag your tail. I've earned my military merits bit by bit. I don't believe in background. I only believe in the Bailiang sword in my hand. Zhong Hongwu, that old bird, is no longer the Huaihua great general. The old bird has lost all its feathers, what's the point of fluttering about blindly?" Tang Zi's mood was suddenly refreshed. He didn't leave behind any harsh words and just brushed past him. Old gang leader Lu felt a pang in his heart. It was said that the Jianghu world was a place of evil against evil, and it was very bloody. This kind of black on 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 black on. Black on 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 black. However, with this general support, even if the Fish Dragon gang was about to face a disaster, they would have an extremely valuable buffer period. The Red Tiger gang, who used the general's power to intimidate others, would not dare to act rashly. It was enough time for him to evacuate some of his gang members, and as many of them would escape. Since Bailiang was not peaceful, it was fine for them to temporarily escape from Bailiang. It was better to leave one's hometown than to be sent to the border, where there was a high chance of survival. Old gang leader Lu heaved a sigh of relief. He squeezed out a smile and was about to invite the arrogant general into the hall for tea. Wang Zhi did not refuse. He waved his hand and the 500 cavalrymen he brought with him dispersed to guard the Fish Dragon gang's mansion. Only old gang leader Lu and his granddaughter, Lu Narong, were left in the hall. The rest of his trusted subordinates went to make arrangements for their escape. He prayed that the county city had not yet reached the dangerous situation of closing the door and martial law. Wang Zhi sat down and drank a cup of tea in one gulp. Hong Shuwen originally wanted to stand beside Su Fengnian, but Su Fengnian pressed his hand and gestured him to sit down. Hong Shuwen then leisurely drank his tea. He was an uncultured barbarian and chewed his tea along with the tea leaves. Lu Narong saw that Wang Dashi was still standing beside Su Fengnian like a fool. She walked closer and scolded him softly, "Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to die?" In the past year, Wang Dashi's treatment in the Fish Dragon gang had improved. He was given stewed meat and rice, so he grew quickly. Finally, he was no longer shorter than Lu Narong. However, the inferiority and shyness accumulated over the years still made this increasingly strong young man blush out of habit. Trembling with fear, he plucked up his courage and said, "Miss, I have some martial arts skills. I'm not afraid of death." Lu Narong did not know whether to laugh or cry. "What can you do with your skills? Don't be impulsive. No one dares to die like you. Go." Being stared at by her, Wang Dashi was completely at a loss. He was not a thick-skinned person who could say heroic words. The young man was so anxious that his face turned red. He could only look at his great benefactor, young Master Su, who was smiling playfully. In the simple young man's heart, young Master Su was the only person in the world who could persuade Mississippi. Only young Master Su, who was outstanding in both literature and martial arts, was worthy of Mississippi. The young man did not have extravagant hopes to be a hero saving a beauty. He simply thought that if they could share trials and tribulations, then they would not have walked Jianghu together in vain. Su Fengnian stroked the blue and white Luan's feathers with one hand and tried to smooth things over. "Okay, it doesn't matter if Dashi stays." Lu Narong shook her head and said, "No." Su Fengnian laughed angrily. "Can you be in charge? If you can, the Fish Dragon gang will fight to the death with the lieutenant under Yi's command and the governor of the Dragon Eye County." Lu Narong's chest heaved up and down violently. One moment it was hills, and the next moment it was mountains. The scenery was beautiful and gentle. Fortunately, Su Fengnian had something to think about and did not take advantage of her. Otherwise, there might be internal strife. Soon after, the Zhong Mansion's aide dressed as a scholar came forward to act as a lobbyist. His official rank was not high, and he was only a middle-level official of the 7th rank in the Dragon Eye County. However, with the title of Xuandalang, he was very arrogant and was not afraid of Wang Zhi at all. He acted arrogantly and ordered Wang Zhi around. His words were nothing more than telling Wang Zhi not to cross the line and cross the river. He reminded General Wang who was in charge here. This annoyed Wang Zhi and he let the armored soldiers capture and beat him up on the spot. This was equivalent to completely falling out with both the military and the government of the Dragon Eye County. Su Beiji sat beside Su Fengnian and watched coldly. He drank a mouthful of tea and sighed softly. These things should have been delayed by 1 or 2 years. Su Fengnian shook his head and said, there is a lack of time. Some stubborn diseases can be cured by scraping the bones and cutting the flesh. There is no need to treat them slowly. Can't you let me be a military officer for a few more days? Why do I have to be the governor on the bonfires so early? Capable people do more work. Next, the soldiers of the Dragon Eye County will rush over. Are we really going to have a war with carriages and horses? According to the military law, the great general of Huaihua has 800 bodyguards to protect him. He is the main character. I'm just afraid that these 800 elites won't come. Lu Nurong listened to these two people's riddle-like conversation. She was confused and didn't think too much about it. As for the words Governor General, she was preoccupied and didn't pay attention. Including Tang Zi's troops, there were a total of more than 1,000 soldiers surrounding the Fish Dragon Gang's dojo. A well-dressed aristocratic family's son held a Yixing clay teapot in his hand and walked into the dojo elegantly with only a few trusted subordinates. If it wasn't for his frivolous footsteps, he really would be able to make ordinary scholars clap their hands and applaud him. Without waiting for him to speak about sage principles, he was captured and tied up. This aristocratic family's son shouted that he was Zhong Qingxin, that he was the eldest son of the Zhong family's first wife. He didn't care about the famous teapot that was worth 100 taels of silver and smashed it on the ground. There was an uproar inside and outside the Fish Dragon Gang. Wait a little longer. The sound of horse hooves finally came again. It was far louder than the clamor of the soldiers' footsteps. An old and sturdy general with a head full of white hair charged into the hall with a spear in one hand. He shouted angrily, "Which family son of a bitch dares to behave atrociously in my territory?" Su Fingyan put down the horsewhip and waved away the green and white one. He slowly stood up and smiled. He put his fingers near his temples and tore off the skin on his face bit by bit. "My surname is Su, the same as Su Shao. My name is Fingyan." Chapter 700. The Fish Dragon Gang was on the decline these years and it was difficult for them to continue. The younger generation of the Honghu sect and Lujian sect opened up a path of wealth and became more prosperous day by day. Everyone in the Fish Dragon Gang said that there was a problem with the feng shui. Old gang leader Lu had no choice but to find a few experts in Dragon Eye County who were good at feng shui to investigate. He spent a lot of money and did many remedial measures according to the experts, but there was still no improvement. Over time, there was a private rumor that the yin and yang clashed. The spearhead was directed at Lu Nurong, who was unwilling to get married. At that moment, the Fish Dragon Gang was almost exterminated. How could Lu Nurong's self-reproach be light? Especially after they tied up Dragon Eye City's next parental official Zhong Qingxin, Lu Nurong knew that this disaster definitely wouldn't end just like that. Old gang leader Lu also didn't have any extravagant hopes of establishing himself in Lingzhou. They did not know the details of General Wang Ji. This general just casually sat on the yellow rosewood armchair that was passed down from the old West Chu to Beiliang. He suppressed old gang leader Lu and the others to the point that they did not dare to breathe loudly. First, he detained the scholars of the Zhong family, which was shocking. Later, even the young master of the Zhong family was not spared. However, nearly 1,000 soldiers only dared to cower outside. It was not a good feeling to let the Fish Dragon Gang hang by a thread and be half dead. When old gang leader Lu saw the Huaihua great general Zhong Hongwu stride over the threshold, the old man's heart immediately died and his hands and feet turned cold. He did not think that after provoking the ruthless General Zhong in Beiliang, who could save the Fish Dragon Gang. If he counted with his fingers, he could count them with one hand. Unfortunately, they were all high and mighty figures. For example, the king of Beiliang, Su Shao, Chen Jibao, who was conferred the title of king in Shu, the infamous Chu Lushan, and Yan Wenluan, who held the military power of Beiliang together with Zhong Hongwu. Old gang leader Lu had never seen them from afar in his life. With Zhong Hongwu's arrival, the situation was immediately reversed. Even the arrogant Wang Ji was obviously a bit nervous. After all, the old man in front of him was the nominal commander of the hundreds of thousands of cavalry in Beiliang. He was one of the few talented generals in the Beiliang army. He had followed the army for 30 years and had accumulated many outstanding military achievements in the Spring and Autumn War. Wang Ji put down the teacup and held his breath. He still did not stand up. Zhong Qingxin, one of the few scholars in Beiliang, was wild with joy. He had never suffered such a big loss in his life. He was casually thrown onto the cold floor like a dumpling by an arrogant soldier. He constantly reminded himself that a soldier would rather be killed than humiliate himself. With great difficulty, he managed to hold back his tears and urine. However, Zhong Qingxin, who valued his reputation, could not resist Tang Zi's instigation. In addition, the eldest young master's brother-in-law, who indulged in debauchery, added fuel to the fire. He deliberately said that Wang Ji intended to use the Zhong residence to establish his power. As long as the Zhong residence took a step back and showed weakness, there would be no way back in the future. In the future, Wang Ji, a military ruffian who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, would swagger over the Zhong family's head and pee. This hit the eldest young master's itchy ribs. He had always considered himself a scholarly general. Since childhood, he had envied Chao Chongqing and Chen Jibao's reputation for being proficient in both literature and martial arts. Zhong Qingxin usually cultivated in his residence. In addition to playing the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, he also practiced swordsmanship or discussed the art of war with people at banquets. Everyone respected him as the only son of the Huaihua great general and did not dare to refute him. They just flattered him. Zhong Qingxin became more and more remorseful. He once personally carved a cross with the words, "Born 20 years later," regretting not being born in the spring and autumn period. In the eyes of the scholar, this was just a light and funny private complaint. As an aide, he acted cautiously and was also good at acting. Since Zhong Qingxin insisted on having a taste of personally leading an army, he was happy to add fuel to the fire of the fish dragon gang. However, he did not expect Wang Ji to be so ruthless and directly capture him. He was surprised and secretly afraid, not because of Wang Ji's rude and unreasonable attitude, but because of the unreasonable calmness of the young people of the fish dragon gang. He looked down on the embroidered pillow Zhong Qingxin, but it did not mean that he looked down on all the disciples of the aristocratic families. Could it be that, as he had guessed, this was a meticulous premeditated scheme against the Zhong family? Was it Zhong Qingxin's position as the county chief of Longqing County? Or was it a bigger scheme? He originally thought that when the great general of Huaihua arrived with his spear, all the conspiracies would come to light. Then, like ice water, they would quickly melt under the great general's fiery power. Although Zhong Hongwu was angry with the king of Beiliang and resigned from his position as the commander of the cavalry, his salary was still there and his official rank was still there. Although his authority was somewhat damaged, he was not someone that ordinary people could provoke. He dared to assert that at this time, the old general who seemed to have fallen out of favor in front of the king of Beiliang was someone that even the military officer Yan Wenluan did not dare to openly criticize. The officialdom was just this interesting. Zhong Qingxin becoming the next county chief of Longyan County was a wake-up call to the entire officialdom of Beiliang. But the next scene was unforgettable for everyone in the hall. The white-haired young man slowly tore off the skin on his face, revealing a rarely seen handsome and feminine face with a pair of peach blossom eyes. But the young master's appearance was elegant, and he had a kind of heroic demeanor that Zhong Qingxin would never have in his life. Su Shao, as in Su Shao. When Wang Ji heard these words, he suddenly tightened his grip on his teacup. There was no doubt that Wang Ji was an extremely daring and truly talented martial artist. Otherwise, he would not have been able to personally lead his elite cavalry into the western regions to suppress bandits. This was probably a unique, pleasing style of a brave general on the border. There were not many people that Wang Ji admired, much less those younger than him. But after that assassination, he had personally experienced Han Diaoxi's invincibility. In addition, after drinking wine with the king of Bailiang, Wang Ji, who had roughly 50 to 60% of the truth, was truly somewhat shocked and fearful of His Royal Highness. Wang Ji's 3,000 cavalry had only been able to kill Han Diaoxi alone. As for the 2,000 cavalry under the command of his colleague from the Sword Pavilion, He Yan, they had not been able to fight to the death. After Han Diaoxi had passed through the cavalry formation, Wang Ji and He Yan had tacitly agreed to withdraw from the battlefield. Neither of them had any intention of wasting their 10 to 20 years of effort in the western regions. But after the Battle of Iron Gate, as far as Wang Ji knew, the forces on the surface were Prince Xiao Kai's 200 imperial guards and a dozen golden saber imperial bodyguards who had been hiding their strength. They were also protected by a female bodhisattva who was a top-notch expert. Su Fengnian had actually led his personal guards to attack them directly. What if Xiao Kai and the imperial court had a backup plan? Wasn't Su Fengnian afraid that he would die in the battle? Afterwards, he would implicate the entire Bailiang and be labeled as a traitor. This did not seem like a young man who only wanted to be the king of Bailiang for 10 years. She was determined to fight with Qin Jibao for Prince Liang's position and prevent the imperial court from interfering in the west. She was determined to do both. Wang Ji took a deep breath, put on his armor, and knelt down. His armor clanked loudly as he respectfully said, "General Wang Ji pays his respects to His Royal Highness." Old Chief Lu was at a complete loss. He was stunned on the spot. Lu Narong and Wang Dashi were even more incredulous. They did not believe that this young Master Su, who had nothing better to do than run to Beimang, was the Crown Prince of Bailiang. Chapter 701. Zhong Hongwu was indeed worthy of being the Huaihua great general who had followed Ren Tu for half of his life. When he suddenly saw the young heir after so many years, he was only a little surprised and did not have the slightest bit of fear. If he thought highly of or feared this young man, how could Zhong Hongwu scold the heir in front of Su Xiao for selling his official position? The old general smashed the iron spear in his hand into the ground and glanced at Wang Ji with a face full of disdain. Then, he looked at Su Fengnian who was secretly visiting Dragon Eye County and sneered, "Oh. It's the heir who personally came to Lingzhou. Which girl have you taken a fancy to?" "I'll say the ugly words first, it's best if the heir spends money on the prostitutes in the brothel. If one is willing to beat and the other is willing to suffer, then it's fine. I'm too lazy to pay attention to them. But if they forcefully kidnap women in Dragon Eye County, not to mention Wang Ji's 1,000 cavalry, even if your highness White Horse is added, I won't let a single one go and will detain all of them." Lu Narong narrowed her eyes at the Huaihua great general who had accumulated a lot of power. Her hair stood on end. Su Fengnian handed the face that had taken root to Blue Bird. He looked at Zhong Hongwu who was like a tiger that refused to fall. He smiled gently, "Don't keep saying this, general. You're already an old man who has taken off your armor and returned to the fields. Just peacefully enjoy the rest of your life." The old general was furious. He already had a terrifying appearance. After he glared with his bell-like eyes, his aura was even more shocking. He shouted, "You dare! Others treat you as the great general's eldest son, but in my eyes, you're just a good-for-nothing. Look at your absurd actions for the past 10 years. Handing the Bailiang to you is like child's play. You're lucky that you're not my descendant. Otherwise, I would have personally used a rod to break your limbs and not let you go out and do evil." Su Fengnian dismissed it with a smile. The identity of Bailiang's heir was set in stone. Lu Narong and Wang Dashi looked at each other in dismay. Zhong Qingxin was cowardly by nature. When he heard that it was the heir, Su Fengnian, even if Zhong Hongwu was overseeing things, he still quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Although he relied on his identity as the son of the great general of Huaihua to get whatever he wanted in Longyan County, he still had many years of experience in the officialdom. In addition, there were experts in the Zhong residence who gave him pointers, so he was not unfamiliar with the ways of the world. He still understood the principle that the king of hell was easy to see, but the little ghosts were hard to deal with. In fact, Zhong Qingxin was secretly disgusted with his father for going against the king of Bailiang and resigning from his official post, incurring a grudge against the future king of Bailiang. He also did not understand. If Qin Jibao had not taken the initiative to leave Bailiang, this white-clothed war saint would still have a firm grasp of victory. Zhong Qingxin could still agree with his father's attitude. Zhong Qingxin also read many pages of bloody history books. Among them, the change of dynasties was the best time for heads to roll. Zhong Qingxin did not want this kind of precedent to be set on the Zhong family. Taking a step back, his father, the great general of Huaihua, could go back to his hometown and enjoy life for 10 or 20 years. He himself still had more than half of his life to climb in the officialdom. When Su Fengnian became the king of Bailiang, even if he was not implicated, wouldn't he have to obediently die of old age in this mediocre position of the county chief of Longyan County? He, Zhong Qingxin, had always regarded the next administrator as a national treasure in his pocket. In the hall, Lu Nerong was the most confused and bewildered. That relative of the steward of the Lingzhou general's residence who was spat on in front of the Fish Dragon gang's escorts. That descendant of a low-ranking official who did not have any chivalry and chose to stand by during the siege at Tuma Pass. That cold and eccentric person who only talked to Wang Dashi. That slippery young master who called himself uncle and nephew in Luqing and chatted happily. That ruffian who only warmed people's hearts when he bargained with the water seller at Yanhui Pass. That dog-shit Jianghu person who carried a saber but did not use it even once. How could he be the hereditary Shitzi of Bailiang? His surname was Su, but how could he be that Su Fengnian whom she should not have interacted with in this lifetime? The great general of Huaihua took Su Fengnian's smile as a matter of course and flinched. He waved his hand and ordered, "Release them." Su Fengnian glanced at Zhong Qingxin and the Zhong family scribes, then turned back to look at Zhong Hongwu. Why? Zhong Hongwu was so angry that he laughed. Who do you think you are? Even if the great general is here, I will make you obediently release them. Wang Ji, who had been kneeling on the ground, raised his head and said sternly, Zhong Hongwu, don't take advantage of your seniority. This general can flatten the little Longyan County with 1,000 cavalry. Zhong Hongwu did not even look at Wang Ji. He only crossed his arms and said arrogantly, "Are you worthy of speaking to me? Brat surnamed Wang, you also paid Su Fengnian to buy your official title, didn't you? Do you dare to take a trip to the Liangmang border? Be careful, don't be so scared that your legs go soft when you see the Bailiang cavalry charging." Wang Ji was expressionless. He said coldly, Zhong Hongwu, I respect that you and my father are colleagues. If you humiliate me again, I, Wang Ji, will definitely make you suffer in the future. Zhong Hongwu laughed loudly, your father. Surnamed Wang. Let this old man think about it. Zhong Hongwu restrained his smile and paused for a moment. He turned his head and said mockingly, in the Bailiang army, there really hasn't been a general surnamed Wang who has caught my eye in these 30 years. Who does that useless father of yours think he is? Wang Ji gritted his teeth and did not say anything. Su Fengnian looked coldly at Zhong Hongwu's domineering attitude. In the Bailiang army, there were many small leaders. Zhong Hongwu had been the commander of the cavalry for nearly 10 years. Among the old generals of his generation, only Yan Wenluan could compare to him in terms of military achievements and prestige. Zhong Hongwu was fully deserving of the title of King of a Mountain. Together with Qin Jibao's line of youths, the three of them restrained each other. Apart from the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry and the Long Xiang Army, most of the power in the Bailiang army was divided among the three. Among the three of them, of course, the number one Bailiang Protector General Qin Jibao was the leader. Yan Wenluan followed closely behind. The power under old General Yan's command was slightly less than Zhong Hongwu's, but he was far better than Zhong Hongwu, who had a fiery personality. He knew how to manage and cultivate people, and his direct line of descent climbed up the ranks faster than Zhong Hongwu's. Excluding the 80 or so officers with real power, Yan Wenwan had close to 30 people under his command, which was far more than Zhong Hongwu's 10 people. However, the more this was the case, the more Zhong Hongwu did not understand the rules. For so many years, Su Xiao had been tolerating him. After Zhong Hongwu reprimanded Wang Ji, he turned to Su Fingnian and sneered, "Crown Prince, why don't you untie him yourself? Otherwise, I'll go to the prince's mansion and scold you in front of the Grand General." Su Fingnian, who had been smiling, heard this. His eyes were as cold as water. His tone was slightly surprised. "Oh." Zhong Hongwu retorted, "What else do you think you're going to do? You're going to follow me to the prince's mansion to beg for forgiveness." Su Fingnian gripped his horsewhip and said to old Chief Lu and the other outsiders, who were treading on thin ice, "I'll have to trouble old Chief Lu to leave for a moment." Zhong Hongwu laughed fiercely, "No need. You're the one who threw your face on the ground. Don't blame outsiders for stepping on you." Su Fingnian didn't insist. He laughed, "I heard that Zhong Hongwu is a true second-level martial master. Invincible in the spring and autumn period." Zhong Hongwu gripped the iron spear that stood upright on the ground. "Beating up Su Fingnian 200 times is not a problem." Chen Shiliang frowned and clasped his fingers. Su Beiji smiled knowingly. Chen Shiliang saw Su Beiji's relaxed expression from the corner of his eye. He quietly loosened his fingers. Su Fingnian nodded, "Okay, then I'll ask for advice." Zhong Hongwu heard this and looked around. He shook his head and laughed, "Let that little girl in green fight for you. Or let your henchman Wang Ji do it." Su Fingnian, "Oh Su Fingnian, why don't you let them help you become the king of Bailiang?" Su Fingnian lowered one hand and extended the other. His sleeves swept in front of him. 12 flying swords hovered in the air. They were of different lengths and colors. Su Fingnian flicked one of the flying swords and whispered, "Tai ah. Kill the second lieutenant of the whole." The first sword passed through the head. The second time, he flicked the flying sword, Peach Blossom. "Kill Tang Zi, the lieutenant of Yi." The third time, he flicked the flying sword, Xian Lei. "Kill Tang Duan, the Zhong Mansion's aide." The scholar died in the same way as the second lieutenant in the hole. He died on the spot. Zhong Hongwu's robust body trembled. He let go of the iron spear and slowly lowered his head with great difficulty. He whispered, "Greetings to His Royal Highness." The fourth sword. Su Fingnian put his finger on the flying sword. "This sword is Huang Tong." He looked at the pale-faced Zhong Hongwu and asked, "Kill Zhong Qingxin?" Zhong Hongwu raised his head slightly. His eyes were mixed with many emotions, fury, malice, resentment. There was also a trace of reverence that he had never felt before. Su Fingnian said calmly, "With so many remaining swords, it should be enough to kill the disrespectful Zhong Hongwu." While Great General Zhong Hongwu knelt down heavily, Zhong Hongwu greets His Royal Highness. Chapter 702. The 2 chapters have a total of more than 9,000 words. There will be another chapter at around 12:00 to make up for yesterday's break. P.S. End of the 2nd volume. While Great General's kneeling. It was simply kneeling heavily in the hearts of old gang leader Lu and Lu Nerong, who had just risen to power. Zhong Hongwu lowered his head to look at the ground. The old man was afraid of this young man's proficient flying sword technique, but what really scared him was this heir's absurdity. Zhong Hongwu clearly remembered that after the old emperor passed away, the young Su Fingnian sang and danced on Mount Qingliang to celebrate peace. The entire city could see the brightly lit lanterns and hear the brilliant spirit-suppressing song. Zhong Hongwu had lived a military life and respected Qin Jibao, but he was not afraid of the white-clothed war saint who never appeared in the world with plum wine. Zhong Hongwu had competed with Yan Wenluan for power for many years, so he was not afraid of this gloomy infantry commander. Because these people were all opponents who followed the rules. For example, Chen Jibao had used a horse to drag Jiang Baikui's wife and son to death in front of the battle, but he would never act so viciously towards his own people. Yan Wenluan would secretly dig a trap for Zhong Hongwu, but she would never tear off all pretense of cordiality. Even a bastard like Chu Lushan, when they met on the surface, he would always smile and appear harmless to humans and animals. But Su Fengnian was different. Zhong Hongwu simply did not know where his bottom line was. This was the most terrifying aspect. If this guy really rode his sword and killed his only son, Zhong Qingxin, or even killed Zhong Hongwu, who was in the gutter, could the king of Beiliang kill his legitimate eldest son to pay for the Zhong family's life? Zhong Hongwu was regarded by the upper echelons of Beiliang's officialdom as ignorant of the ways of the world. His cultivation was not as good as Yan Wenluan's, but that was only relative. If Zhong Hongwu was just a military brute who relied on favor and arrogance, he would not have reached the high position of cavalry commander. But today's humiliation was the first time in his life he had seen such humiliation. Zhong Hongwu had already decided that after today, he would return to the Beiliang army, hold the tiger tally in his hand, and have a good fight with his royal highness again. If you want to be the king of Beiliang, I can't stop you. But if you want to be the king of Beiliang to your heart's content, you have to go through me, Zhong Hongwu, and the hundreds of thousands of steel cavalry behind me first. Even though this second-level Huaihua great general was furious and said that he could defeat 200 Su Fengnian, at the same time, he played a trick and used words to block the young heir. In the hall, Su Fengnian, Su Beiji, Chen Shiliang, Blue Bird, and Wang Ji were 5 people. It was obvious that the 2 weak scholars were not worth mentioning. If Su Fengnian let Blue Bird or Cavalry General Wang Ji fight, it would be tantamount to admitting that he could let someone else do everything for him. He might as well just let some random person be the king of Beiliang. It was obvious that Zhong Hongwu was not the kind of general with a one-track mind. Unfortunately, after Dong Tai of the Wu family's sword tomb, there was another freak who had mastered sword cultivation. No matter how good his calculations were, it was useless. Zhong Hongwu was not conceited enough to confront a freak who could control swords for 12 times. In other words, if he lost to Yan Wenluan, Zhong Hongwu would admit defeat. If he died in the hands of Qin Jibao who killed Spear Fairy Wang Xiu, it would be a glorious death. But if he died in this shabby place and in the hands of Su Fengnian, what would that be? Su Fengnian put his sword back into his sleeve and went to help Zhong Hongwu. When the old general slowly got up, he said softly in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Do you want to go back and continue to be the Huaihua great general? Maybe it's too late. Yuan Zuozong will soon replace your position as the cavalry commander. As for Chen Jibao's vacant position as the governor of Beiliang, you and Yan Wenluan can forget about it." This was too much. This was a vicious method to remove the firewood from under the cauldron. Zhong Hongwu glared at the young heir who he had always disliked and said in a low voice, "Can Yuan Zuozong really convince the public? Isn't the heir taking it for granted?" The implication was that he, Zhong Hongwu, had been the only bodhisattva worshipped in this big temple for more than 10 years. He had countless disciples and disciples. The direct descendants were all led by the Huaihua great general. Yuan Zuozong might have enough prestige in the great snow dragon cavalry, but in the hundreds of thousands of cavalry, he might not be able to do so. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Zhong Hongwu, I know you want to complain to Su Shao. Don't worry, I will make sure you can't even enter the gate of Beiliang Palace." Zhong Hongwu said a few words in a low voice. Su Fengnian continued, "You may be thinking that my actions are destined to disappoint the soldiers of Northern Liang. At that time, you can arrange your subordinates to incite incessant clamor for you to return to the army. You can rest assured that if anyone dares to speak nonsense, Yuan Suozong will take advantage of the situation and kick them out of the Northern Liang army. He is worried that there is no place to place Dang Yu's confidants. Zhong Hongwu's expression changed slightly. This time, for the first time, he began to really look at this young man who he had looked down on since he was born. Su Fengnian waved his sleeve and said to Wang Ji with a smile, "General Wang, why don't you untie young Master Zhong and help him up?" This casual wave of the sleeve had already frightened Zhong Qingxin, who was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. He lay on the ground and cried, "Your Highness, you don't have to untie me. I'll just lie down." Zhong Qingxin was really afraid that the moody His Royal Highness would untie him. If he was unhappy, he would be beheaded by a flying sword. It was safer to lie on the ground and pretend to be dead. Complaints and revenge would have to wait until he safely returned to the Zhong manor. Anyway, Zhong Qingxin had made up his mind that as long as his father did not reconcile with the heir and come to his rescue, he would not get up. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Your son seems to be the same as me. Why didn't you break his arms and legs so that he wouldn't run out and make a fool of himself?" Zhong Hongwu's face was ashen. He did not say a word. Su Fengnian patted Zhong Hongwu's shoulder in an extremely unruly manner. "I won't see you off. Remember to collect the corpse with young Master Zhong." Zhong Hongwu went to untie Zhong Qingxin with a dark face. He then picked up the corpse of his good friend's son, Tang Duan. As for the second lieutenant, he did not even look at him. Before Zhong Hongwu left the hall, he wanted to pull out his iron spear. Su Fengnian said flatly, "Stay." Zhong Hongwu turned his head and glanced at His Royal Highness, who did not give him any way out. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. Zhong Qingxin was startled. He did not care about his father's expression and hurriedly turned around and bowed. He flattered, "I heard that your Highness's poetry is outstanding. I have an ancient inkstone in my manor called 108. It makes no sound when touched, and it does not damage the ink. When I return, I will have someone give it to your Highness to play with." Su Fengnian lived up to his reputation as the chief dandy of Beiliang. He smiled and said, "Your eyesight is better than your father's. Originally, you could forget about being the county chief of Longqing County. Seeing that you are tactful, I will take up the position today." Beiliang's geography was long and narrow. Compared to the people of Gangnam-do, the number of registered households in the prefecture was a bit shabby. Therefore, there was no need for local people to go out and become officials. It was funny to say that Su Shao had personally destroyed the foundation of the Chuanqiu clan. Within the borders of Beiliang, which did not have a vast territory, there were no less than 20 embryonic aristocratic families in just 20 years. Those few local aristocratic families in Beiliang all chose to marry into the noble families. They were powerful and tyrannical. Chen Shiliang's so-called salt and iron protection, which made the official position of Lieutenant Yen a non-existent official, was due to their contribution. The father and son walked out of the Fish Dragon gang. Tang Zi's corpse was lying on the sand of the martial arts center. No one cared about it. Zhong Qingxin did not care about etiquette and walked in front of Zhong Hongwu. He was really afraid that a sword would pierce through his heart from behind. He practiced the sword purely for his own entertainment, but because of his family background, he knew that there were excellent flying sword techniques in the world. Among the retainers in the residence, there were two famous swordsmen. They often argued about whether Li Chuangong's sword spirit was stronger or Dong Tai's flying sword killing technique was better. As for the two swordsmen themselves, they put everything on the line and insisted on riding their swords. A few feet was the limit of their cultivation. This time, seeing Su Fengnian's 12 imperial swords kill people without leaving a trace was really an eye-opener for Zhong Qingxin. If it were any other time, he would have invited him into the residence to drink and have a good time. There was no harm in choosing any of those beautiful maids with swaying bodies. Zhong Qingxin sat in the carriage and finally felt relieved. He leaned against the wall of the carriage and asked carefully, "Father, what should I do? Should I be the county chief of Longqing County? Zhong Hongwu sneered, Of course I'm not. This is what the great general bestowed to the Zhong family. It's not up to Su Fengnian to decide. Zhong Qingxin did not agree with this far-fetched statement, but he did not dare to talk back. When he saw Tang Duan's corpse, he quickly shrank back and moved further away. Zhong Hongwu saw this action and sighed in his heart. There was a reason why he did not allow his only son to join the army. Other than spoiling him when he was young, he naturally did not want Zhong Qingxin to go to the border to take risks and fight. It would be better to let those soldiers who lacked military achievements do it. As the Huaihua Great General, one of the top 5 in power in Beiliang, there was no need for him to add flowers to brocade. Other than this selfishness, it was also because Zhong Hongwu could see the general trend of the next 20 years better than anyone else. Now that the military was in control of the government, the drawbacks were gradually showing. Those county chiefs were destined to be replaced by literati. He did not expect the king of Beiliang to emphasize the civil and suppress the military, but at the very least, the civil and military sides would enter a delicate balance. This had always been the trend after the world was at peace. It was not something the great general alone could stop. Even if he was the king of Beiliang, Su Shao, or Ren Tu, he was no exception. Zhong Qingxin suddenly felt sorry for his precious 108 inkstone, which he cared about more than he cared about his concubine. He asked timidly, Should I still send the ancient inkstone? Chapter 703. Zhong Hongwu glared at him. Zhong Qingxin laughed awkwardly and said, I won't see you off. Zhong Hongwu punched the carriage and said in a low voice, Your Su Fengnian is not particular, so don't blame me for not doing things properly. Zhong Qingxin was stunned. He didn't look at the corpse that he had drunk and enjoyed with yesterday. He moved closer and asked, Father, are you rebelling? Zhong Hongwu was angry that he didn't fight. He calmed his breathing and asked, The great general can tolerate civil officials betraying Beiliang, but how many generals have you seen that can live to betray Beiliang? Zhong Qingxin lowered his head and muttered, How would I know? Zhong Hongwu raised his hand and was about to slap him, but he stopped for a moment and didn't slap him. He retracted his hand and said slowly, There has never been an undefeated general in the world. Jiang Baikue of the 13 armors of spring and autumn was one, but in the Battle of Western Fortress, his family was destroyed and his country was destroyed. He lost everything. This is the great general's strength. He can rise from a fall and can even climb back up. Zhong Hongwu lost this battle today because he was too careless. It's not a big deal. Zhong Qingxin's mind turned quickly. He had a flash of inspiration and exclaimed, Father, are you going to join hands with Yan Wenwan, that old fox with a belly full of evil tricks? Zhong Hongwu smiled in relief. He didn't nod or shake his head. It was enough for the father and son to know about this. The carriage suddenly stopped. Zhong Hongwu lifted the curtain. A horse galloped over. Wang Ji pointed his scabbard at the Huaihua great general who had been snubbed today. Zhong Hongwu, remember this. Zhong Hongwu laughed it off. He was about to put down the curtain when he hesitated. Who is your father? Wang Ji sneered, Wang Shizu. Then, he rode away. Zhong Hongwu slowly put down the curtain and suddenly realized that this traitor from the northern Liang had gone to western Shu to become a dispensable general in the great past Jiangga. Zhong Hongwu didn't take Wang Ji's words to heart. When the carriage was about to reach the great general's mansion, Zhong Hongwu was suddenly terrified. Some time ago, the great general personally led 10,000 steel cavalry down south, facing off against the 40,000 cavalry under Gu Jintang's former command at the border between Lingzhou and Xuzhou. The king of Beiliang took action and put pressure on the border. He was Wang Ji, the son of Wang Shizu, the general of the Sword Pavilion. Prince Shao Kai went to the western regions with the vase, and then he left without a sound. The crown prince's hair turned white for no reason. Zhong Hongwu clenched his fists and muttered to himself, "What have you done all these years?" Zhong Hongwu walked down from the carriage and said calmly, "Go and deliver the ancient inkstone." Zhong Qing felt a mixture of worry and joy in his heart. He asked tentatively, "You want someone else to deliver it?" Zhong Hongwu finally delivered that resounding slap. The atmosphere in the Fish Dragon gang was very awkward. Old gang leader Lu and several old men knelt down and kowtowed to His Royal Highness. Their explanations varied. Some called themselves commoners, while others didn't forget to name themselves. They didn't even omit their own nicknames. Su Fingnian smiled and asked them to get up quickly. As for Lu Narong, who stubbornly refused to move, and the young Wang Dashi, who was completely stunned, he didn't care. The old men were all people who had lived for 50 or 60 years. They soon took the initiative to leave. They were happy to see the turtledove taking over the magpie's nest scene. Old gang leader Lu winked at his granddaughter Lu Narong and went to appease the gang members. He only dared to say that the storm had calmed down. He didn't even dare to say that His Royal Highness had personally come to the Fish Dragon gang. After Wang Ji left, the hall was filled with the Crown Prince's confidants who were qualified to know the secret of the assassination at Iron Gate Pass. Su Fingnian joked, "Shiliang, let's make a bet." Chen Shiliang smiled and said, "Let's bet on whether the ancient inkstone will be delivered or not. Will Zhongqing give it to you personally?" Su Fingnian nodded and said, "I bet that he won't deliver it, let alone young Master Zhong. If you win, the ancient inkstone will be yours." Chen Shiliang smiled confidently and said, "Then I'll use this ancient inkstone to grind the dragon painting and give His Highness the 3 dragons shaking the sea painting." Su Beiji raised his porcelain cup and took a sip of tea. He said slowly, "You're forcing Zhong Hongwu to side with Yan Wenluan." Su Fingnian sat back in the armchair, loosened the whip, and leaned back. He said, "I'm afraid Yan Wenluan won't agree easily. But if the fire is too big, it won't be easy to clean it up. I'm also in a difficult position. Otherwise, I'll let Zhong Hongwu return and send a secret letter to Yan Wenluan, or send a confidant to deliver the message. That would be the best." Su Beiji shook his head and said, "Yan Wenluan knows the big picture and is known as the Clay Buddha. Unless Zhong Hongwu spends a lot of money, he won't be able to shake this big Buddha. If he was still the powerful Huaihua Great General, then there would be some possibility. Now that he's lost his power and fallen into the water, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to drag the Clay Buddha down with him." Su Fingnian said shamelessly, "Where there's a will, there's a way. We have to believe in Zhong Hongwu's ability." Su Xiao had previously asked Su Beiji and Chen Shiliang to submit secret memorials regarding the change in Beiliang's military structure. The two of them took different routes to achieve the same goal. Both of them wanted to cut the Gordian knot and directly start with the top brass. Chu Lushan, as the Protector General of Beiliang, made an exception to promote a large number of young and strong officers. This came from Chen Shiliang's memorials. And they had to force Zhong Hongwu and Yan Wenluan to withdraw from the border and retire behind the scenes. This came from Su Beiji's plan. The general outline was that if you don't withdraw, I'll make you have no choice but to withdraw. One was an overt scheme, the other was a conspiracy. Wang Dashi wanted to say something but stopped, not daring to interrupt. Su Fingnian turned his head and laughed, "What's wrong?" Wang Dashi realized in hindsight and blushed. He asked, "Young Master Su, are you really Beiliang's His Royal Highness?" Su Fingnian teased, "Am I not allowed to roam the Jianghu like you?" The youth scratched his head and laughed foolishly. "You can." Su Fingnian laughed and asked, "How's your practice of the fist technique I taught you?" Wang Dashi blushed and said, "I practice it every day." "But young Master Su, oh no, His Royal Highness, you know I'm stupid. I can't practice it well." Su Fingnian laughed and said, "You're smart, so I won't teach you this fish technique. Oh right, let me tell you, this fish technique was created by Wudong's Hong Shixiang. He's not smart, so you're very suitable to learn it. Wang Dashi was stupefied beyond words. Wudong sect leader Hong Shixiang was an immortal who rode a crane down to Jiangnan and used a flying sword to suppress dragons and tigers. Sect leader Hong wasn't smart enough. Wang Dashi, who was indeed not very smart, was even more confused. The teapot and tea set were placed beside him. Su Fingnian turned over a teacup and poured a cup. He stood up and handed it to Lu Narong, who was standing opposite him. Sit down and drink. Lu Narong took the teacup but didn't sit down. She said with a sad face, I don't dare. Su Fingnian glanced at her. The fish dragon gang will hang the flag tomorrow. That Wang Ji will support you. Lu Narong bit her lip and shook her head. Su Fingnian had been with her for a long time. He knew that she liked to be stubborn, so he didn't find it strange. He didn't make things difficult for this Jianghu girl. He said goodbye and walked to the door of the hall. Before crossing the threshold, he whispered something to Blue Bird. Then Lu Narong saw a copper coin thrown from afar. This time, Lu Narong didn't deliberately turn a blind eye to it like last time on the hillside with thousands of miles of yellow sand. Instead, she caught the copper coin. That time, Su Fingnian explained some principles to her and said that one should be outwardly but inwardly. Lu Narong lowered her head and said, the fish dragon gang will hang the flag. Su Fingnian had already walked far away. Wang Dashi asked softly, Miss, are we never going to see young Master Su again? Lu Narong nodded. Wang Dashi ran to the door. The grateful youth was full of sorrow. Sitting in the small carriage on the street, Su Fingnian said to Su Beiji, I originally wanted you to be the county chief of Longqing County to discuss the Zhong family. But after thinking about it, I decided not to let Zhong Qingxin be the county chief of Longqing County. It seems more disgusting. In fact, putting aside the disgusting people, you are like a carp jumping over the dragon gate. The more you jump over the dragon gate, the more exaggerated the better. Su Beiji looked straight ahead and smiled. Forget about me. Chen Shiliang frowned. Speaking was like looking at tea in a cup, like drawing a dragon on a piece of paper. Only when there was white space would there be lingering charm. Su Beiji's hidden meaning was clear to the three people in the carriage. Su Beiji did not want to be this carp. He was more than happy to be a wild carp in the river. Thus, he could only let Chen Shiliang, who was like a house carp in the tide Hark Lake, be the remaining one. Who was higher and who was lower, the distance tested the horse's strength. Su Fingnian did not seem to notice the undercurrent in the carriage at all. He smiled and said, I just realized that these years of being a hedonistic son of rich parents were not in vain. Now, no matter what unreasonable actions I do, outsiders will not be surprised. The human heart is like a bowstring. The bow that is Beiliang has been pulled wide enough. Before the carriage left the city, Su Beiji was about to get off and did not see him off. Zhong Qingxin ordered dozens of retainer cavalry to follow from afar and came to deliver the famous inkstone. Inside the carriage, Chen Shiliang received the priceless inkstone. Outside the carriage, Su Beiji tactfully declined the prefectural governor Zhong Qingxin's gift of a famous horse. The latter did not dare to leave on the horse. He led the horse forward and walked side by side with this trusted aide of His Royal Highness. After a moment of conversation, Zhong Qingxin sincerely bowed in admiration. Chen Shiliang put down the sandalwood box and asked calmly, when will the world know that Your Highness personally killed the mountain chieftain of Mount Bubang, 5th Raccoon? Su Fingnian glanced at him and laughed, you clearly know the answer, yet you still ask me. Chen Shiliang's lips twitched. That day, a shocking secret spread out from Dragon Eye County to the entire northern Liang store with the force of a single spark setting the prairie ablaze. Crown Prince Su Fingnian personally cut off the head of Beimang's northern court great king, Su Huainan, by the Ruoshui. He also personally cut off fifth raccoon's head in the Ruran Mountains. And no one doubted these two earth-shattering things. Because the one who spoke was Su Huainan's grandson, Su Beiji. 2 heads. He Xinliang. #He Xinliang.